like to call to order the meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission of May 17, 2022. I'm Vivian Solaga, Chair of the HPC, and I would like to ask our commissioners to introduce themselves, beginning to my right.
Susan Swift, AICP, Planner with Logs Engineering.
Tom Pluckon, Professor, University of South Florida.
Carrie Ann Canch.
Mary Shoecraft, Preservationist.
Also with us today are our staff, our legal counsel, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel, and staff Dennis Fernandez, Elaine Lund, and Aminta. Thank you. Staff will present each project on the agenda, and I would like at this point in time to ask, if you have not already done so, to please silence your telephones. May I have any comments or questions regarding the minutes of the April 13th meeting? Hearing none, may I have a motion to accept as written?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Minutes are accepted.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. For your information, you had introduced Aminta Owen, who's one of the members of our staff, serves as our Historic Preservation Technician. She's going to be helping us out in the clerk's position for a little bit. Beverly Jusak, who had previously served in that position, has been promoted in the purchasing department, so she's not going to no longer be with our division. We wish her luck and welcome Aminta to our hearing this morning. With that, we will move on to conflicts of interest and ex parte communication disclosure with our legal counsel.
Good morning, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Will the Commissioners please state whether or not they have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
No.
Additionally, will the Commissioners please state whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
No.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we'll administer the swearing. Anyone in the audience who's going to be presenting information, testifying, please stand and raise your right hand, including staff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony given today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And we will see if we have some additional individuals show. We may have to administer the swearing again a little bit. We did consult with the agent from the first case and have agreed to readjust the agenda in the mindset of the second case being a little bit more concise. So with that, if you could make a motion just to adjust the agenda to hear the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory building prior to the TAR Furniture Building, 520 North Tampa Street.
A motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
I did.
Second.
All those in favor of moving the motion, adjusting the agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
With that, we'll hear the first case, which is a request for local historic landmark designation for the property at 2111 North Albany Avenue. I'm going to ask Elaine Lund to come up and present the application for you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. This item in front of you now is the proposed landmark designation of the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory at 2111 North Albany Avenue. Here you have an aerial map showing the location of the proposed historic landmark. It is a cigar factory located at the southeast corner of Albany Avenue and Pine Street in West Tampa. This is a 1903 sandbar map showing the factory. There's, you'll notice that the map does not continue to the east further than that. West Tampa was not very built out at this time in 1903. A little later in 1915, you do see the rest of the surrounding area there, including several of the yellow wood frame worker houses. The factory itself is shown in red to indicate that it is a brick construction. The sandbar map also indicates that it is 3 stories with a basement. The Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory was established in West Tampa in 1895. Originally, the Bustillo Brothers were from Cuba, and they expanded into West Tampa in 1895. Senor Diaz did not join the group until 1897. The first location of the cigar factory was at 13th Street, which is now known as Delaware Avenue, and Grace Street. And you can see the 1899 sandbar map there showing the factory at the southwest corner of Grace and 13th. Tampa and the greater Tampa area became home to a number of cigar factories in the 1880s, with Ybor City being the focus of this growth. The migration of cigar manufacturers to Tampa was a major component of its rapid growth in the 1890s. Hugh McFarlane, who was a Scotland native, came to Tampa in 1883 and witnessed the rise of the cigar industry in the area, found it to be rather encouraging, and set out with some associates to establish the city of West Tampa. West Tampa was originally about 120 acres of swampland west of the Hillsborough River, and so we turned this into a new manufacturing center. The McFarlane Investment Company would build the cigar factories and this worker housing to entice the cigar manufacturers to move to West Tampa, away from Ybor City and downtown Tampa. By 1895, West Tampa had more than 50 million cigars being manufactured annually. And this was with a population of only about 3,500 people. So the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory that stands today still was built in 1902. It was an expansion in size from their original factory. It was designed by Miller and Kennard. Francis J. Kennard is also known for other structures in Tampa, including the Floridan Hotel. The cigar factory exhibits a typical cigar factory form of being the 3.5 stories, the 3 stories with a basement, being rectangular in plan and having the east-west orientation with tall windows in a regular pattern to allow for ample light to be to reach all the interior of the building, so that the workers, of course, could see what they were doing, allowing for longer days of manufacturing. This particular building has Renaissance Revival details, which are seen in the segmental arch windows, the belt courses, coins, and the corbelled cornice. The Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Company was known for the Henry IV, Alexander Humboldt, and Flor del Mundo cigar brands. The building itself was known as the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory through the mid-1950s, when it became occupied by the Antonio Cigar Company. Later, it was occupied by other light manufacturing industries such as sportswear clothing companies. So at the peak of Tampa's cigar industry, over 200 factories that were similar in shape and form to the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory were present in Tampa and West Tampa and producing over 700 million cigars. In 1910, Tampa's population was 50,000 people, not including West Tampa. Cigar factories employed about 10,000 workers and generated about 75% of the city's total payroll at $200,000. So we have currently designated either individually as historic landmarks or as contributing structures in historic districts these 11 cigar factories. The most recently designated individual factory is the Tierra del Lago factory, which is the one at the top left of your screen there. We also have the Baldwin Brothers and Berryman Morgan cigar factories on the top row, which are individually landmarked. Those are in the West Tampa area. And then the remainder of the factories that you see here are located in the Ybor City Historic District and are contributing structures within that historic district. Not locally designated, we have a good number of factories here, shown here. Starting on the top left is the subject site today, the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz factory. And then we have a few factories that are in the Ybor City Historic District. The one on the top right is a non-contributing factory. It has been altered to the extent that it cannot contribute to the local Ybor City Historic District, but it is located within the historic district. And we have a few factories on the next row that are located in the national Ybor City Historic District, or Historic Landmark District, but not located within the local district, so they did not receive that protection. There are a couple that are in the Palmetto Beach area, and that is also a national register listed historic district, but they are not locally protected. And then a number of cigar factories, 8 there in the bottom 2 rows, that are in the West Tampa National Register listed historic district, but those do not have any local protection. Also toward the bottom there, the bottom row, the next to last is the Thompson Cigar Factory, which is, excuse me, on the University of Tampa campus. So as I mentioned, several of these factories are in the West Tampa National Historic District. This West Tampa National Historic District was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 1983 and has a period of significance from 1893 to 1933. So the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory was built during this period of significance in 1902, and it is a contributing structure in this National Register Historic District. The owner of this property made an application to have the cigar factory considered for local historic landmark designation in January of this year. Notice for this public hearing was posted and mailed to all the nearby property owners and registered organizations. Section 27257 of the City of Tampa's Code of Ordinances provides the designation criteria that must be considered for a local historic landmark. A1 of this section of the code states that the building must be constructed or have achieved significance during the period of historic significance. And this, as I stated, building was constructed in 1902 during the West Tampa's period of historic significance as listed in the National Register. It is significant in the area of industry and community planning and development. which is item A21, for its association with events that have made significant contributions to the broad patterns of our history. It is also significant in the area of architecture under section 27257A23, for it embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, represents the work of a master or possesses high artistic values, or represents a significant and distinguishable entity. In particular, this building is an excellent example of the cigar factory form and exhibits the Renaissance Revival style details. Staff findings are that the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory meets the criteria for local historic landmark designation in section 27-257. And we request today that the HPC determine whether to recommend this property to City Council for local historic landmark designation. With that, I am available if you have any questions. The owner and agent are here to address the board today as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, are there any questions to staff or the owner or the agent? Hearing none, I will ask if the owner or the agent wishes to make any remark.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Farrell, and I'm happy to be here with Omar Garcia, who's working on his second major rehabilitation of a historic building. And he has found a niche in our community that I think he has served well and will continue to serve well, and that is providing facilities for student housing. And he'll talk more about that. And I'd like to introduce Omar Garcia. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to say a couple words. As a Tampa native.
Excuse me, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Omar Garcia, 1041 Royal Pass, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you.
As a Tampa native, I'm very happy to actively participate in saving some of these historical structures, and our kind of talent, I guess, that we've developed is really adaptive reuse of existing facilities. You may be familiar with our project that we had at 220 East Madison Street. That was an adaptive reuse of an office building into student housing. I'm very happy to say that we've had 3 years of 100% occupancy. We are fully leased up since January for the fall. And that was one project that nobody thought was going to work because it had no parking. Right, so that obviously got proven incorrectly, right? We're really excited about this project. Again, as many of you know, there's a major housing crisis happening for University of Tampa. That's really impeding their growth. We think that this will help alleviate some of that. In addition, we think it's going to be an amazingly unique building for students to live in and residents to live in. They don't have to necessarily be students. 13-foot high ceilings on the first floor with exposed brick is our plan. It's going to be very nice. So I just want to thank you. Our 220 Madison project was a Jan Abel Award winner. We hope to do the same thing with this project as well. So thank you very much. Any questions at all?
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the, tell me about the columns and the fence around it.
The fence, that was added in, I believe, about 7-8 years ago, so those are not historical. So that was something that was mentioned during the community, but that was actually put in by Maintenex, one of the previous building owners.
Hi, Dominique Cobb, Vice Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I do like what you're doing for University of Tampa, especially with the housing crisis. I know it may not necessarily be for this factory, but is that living, is it affordable living towards the students? Because I know right now in Tampa, affordable housing is a bit off, And everyone can't put a definition to affordable, but is it affordable for the students?
Clearly, right now, housing in general around the downtown urban core is very difficult. It's become extremely expensive. As a developer, I can tell you that drywall has gone up 70% in the last 4 months. That makes making anything affordable very difficult. The good news with this particular project is it is rented by the bedroom, so folks are only responsible for their part of that, which makes it very a great option for a lot of parents because they don't have to worry if somebody moves out or not. If you happen to drive around the area, you'll see that there's a lot of cars with New York tags and everything that have actually been renting homes in the area. And that's obviously taken inventory out of what might have been local residents that use it. So we may be able to pull some of that into our facility and maybe help bring some more regular single-family homes into the market. I will say that this factory has been vacant for quite a while, so we are not taking any housing away or anything. It's simply additive. Plus, the land around it was also vacant. So, as part of our approved PD, we will have 10 townhomes that will be added onto that, 4 bedrooms apiece. So that'll be 40 residents in those townhomes that, again, aren't competing necessarily with some of the adjacent housing.
Thank you. I actually grew up in that neighborhood for a portion, and that building has been abandoned for quite a while. So thank you for the repurposing and also helping alleviate some of the issues we're having. So
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Then at this point, I will close the public hearing and see if are any other comments or remarks that they...
Are there any public comments here from the public?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Are there any comments from anyone in the audience? Seeing none, now I will close the public hearing.
Yep. We have to have a motion. Can you have a motion?
To close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The public hearing is closed, and commissioners, if there are now any comments that you would like to make further on behalf of this request for local landmarking, and whether or not this building has met the criteria of 27-257 and its requirements for historic status. Seeing none,
I actually have one comment.
Sure.
This is a question for the owner and Stephanie Farrell.
If you have a question, we'll have to have a motion to open the public hearing.
Oh, you're right.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my comment is, I know that the townhouses were approved through a PD process prior to the local designation, and I'm just hoping that the design of those townhouses is compatible with the historic nature of this building. And that's my only comment. Thank you so much for your good work.
May I now have a motion on the application's request for historic local landmarking status for the Bustillo brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory?
They're making it easy for us these days. So I move to recommend the City Council designate the Bustillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory for local historic landmark designation for the property located at 2111 North Albany Street, a building site structure that was constructed or achieved its significance during the period of historic significance as delineated in the National Register of Historic Places Guidelines and as established in the nomination pursuant to those guidelines. and has a quality of significance in American, state, or local history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture, which is present in district sites, buildings, structures, and objects that possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. And that are associated events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, criterion A, the National Register criteria, and that embody the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, or represent the work of a master, or possess high artistic values, or represent a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction, otherwise known as criterion C of the National Register.
I second the motion.
All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and good luck. Good luck and great success.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Cobb, you just walked in. Can you please state whether or not for item number, well, it's the second item, the Tar Furniture Company building, if you've had any ex parte communications regarding that item?
No.
And do you have any conflicts of interest regarding that item?
No.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Clerk, we'll need to do an additional swear-in. There are other members of the public that came in.
Who has not been sworn in, please stand at this moment and raise your right hand. That will be speaking. No?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we now move on to the HPC application 2022-01, the Tar Furniture Company building at 520 North Tampa Street.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager, here on item number 7 on your agenda. I'm going to just state some of the facts of the agenda item. The property is located at 520 North Tampa Street. The owner is KT North Ashley LLC. The agent is Mr. McLaren. He will be, I'm sure, addressing the board shortly. This is application is a little different than what you had just seen with the previous case, in that it's being prompted by a demolition request of a building that is not locally designated, but in which the staff believes meets the criteria for National Register designation. That is a section within the City Code of Ordinances, reference to under 27-260, and therefore the applicant for this particular case is the City of Tampa. And that's a little bit different of a scenario than what you had dealt with earlier. So I wanted to begin with just a little overview of the location of the property, and then get into the criteria for what is referred to in the code as emergency actions to protect buildings meeting the criteria for designation, and then provide some information on the potential eligibility of the project under 27-257, which is the local landmark designation criteria. So I'll go to the PowerPoint. You see a early photo of the what's historically referred to as the Tar Furniture Building. The address is, of course, 520 North Tampa Street. It is located on the corner of Tampa Street and Twiggs. Here's an aerial map that somewhat gives you a little bit better idea of its location. Just north of Madison, which is an east-west street that is a little bit north of Kennedy Boulevard. It's situated between Tampa Street and Ashley Drive, and then, as I mentioned, Twiggs is a street that runs to the north in an east-west fashion. A little bit closer look at that, you can see that primarily the street face along North Tampa Street is built out. There is a vacant lot that is on the west side of the block. You'll see some photos of that in just a minute. And then the subject property is outlined in red. That's according to the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's Office. This is a 1915 Sanborn map. The structure was built in 1912, so the structure that you see indicated there on Tampa Street and Twigs, as identified as the Tar Martin Company Furniture, is the building that we're looking at today. You can see that the historic context of the building is well situated in other similar buildings that are placed on a more urban setting within the downtown area. 1915 Tampa was really emerging as a city, and there was a substantial amount of development in the central business district. So again, moving about 16 years ahead, you see the composition of the block basically stays the same. There's some variation in the surrounding blocks with building materials and configurations, but essentially the area in the immediate block is fairly built out. Here's an aerial from 1938. You can see the central business district area and the surrounding neighborhoods, pretty intensely developed. The subject property is identified there with the star towards the center of the screen. And then this is from 1965, where we see sort of a more modern configuration of downtown with Interstate 275 cutting through the north portion. Some of the other attributes, you know, to the south or off screen would be the Selman Crosstown Expressway as well. The Tar Furniture Building was constructed in 1912 for the Tribune Publishing Company. It was first occupied by the Tar Furniture Company when the building was completed. It is designed by the firm of B.C. Bonnefoy and M. Leo Elliott, a very prominent architectural firm of the era, and we'll talk a little bit more about Mr. Elliott in just a second. You can see the building is a 5-story building, which its principal facade is on the east. However, the north facade is prominent as well. It's a modern photo of the structure. Currently houses a restaurant at the lower level. It's been there for quite a while. There's been some modifications at the storefront, particularly on the east with partial enclosure and some impacts to the transom area. And then looking at the photos and the Sanborn maps, you can see that the canopy has been removed at some point as well, most likely with the widening of the streets. The building itself falls under the commercial style building, which is represented throughout the country. This is a 5-story building, as I said, with a Roman bond brick pattern, which is a quality masonry construction. It's rectangular in form with a distinct base, shaft, and cornice. You see that format architecturally on a number of different styles that are represented. There's a grid system intersecting the pilasters, the windows, and the spandrels. And this style is interpreted widely throughout the country with varying articulated details. Looking at some of the detailing, you see the brickwork, as I had mentioned. There's some references to geometric details found in prairie-style architecture as well. There's a use of Georgia marble on the window sills and some of the details, as well as terracotta. The details of the fenestration include arched windows as well as rectangular windows. There's a design of a bay system with pilasters, spandrels, geometric accents, vents, and cornices. As I mentioned, the firm that designed this building was Bonnefoy and Elliott. Emilio Elliott, who was a little younger than Mr. Bonnefoy, was actually a very well-known architect in the area. And he designed other buildings along with Bonnefoy, some individually, that are designated in the city of Tampa. So some examples would be this building that we're in, the 1915 City Hall. The Hillsborough Lodge, which is just down the road, was constructed in 1928. The Cuban Club, constructed in 1914, which is also located in the Ybor City Historic District. And then the Lehman House, which is located in the Hyde Park Historic District, constructed in 1914, also in the prairie style. So you see that those prairie details are very well represented in that particular structure. In areas outside of our city, Mr. Elliott designed the DeSoto Courthouse, constructed in 1913. That's located in a historic district. Within Sarasota, the Orange Blossom Hotel, constructed in 1926. Frostproof High School, also constructed in 1926. And the Bradenton Bank and Trust Company of that same year, all listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The historic context is that the building was designed by Emilio Elliott and B.C. Bonnefoy, constructed for the Tribune Publishing Company, was occupied by the Tar Furniture Company for the first portion of its time here, and is located along the downtown Tampa principal commercial corridors, Tampa Street, Franklin Street, Ashley Drive. Historically, those have housed much of the commercial industry in the city. See some of the population growth of the early 20th century, beginning in 1900 when the city's population was just 15,000, all the way through the end of the century where it was nearing 300,000. And today, just as a point of reference, we're nearing 400,000. So within the history of the city, downtown has played obviously a significant role in the context of development for Tampa, and the early 20th century particularly set that distinguishing phase of the city's development where it was transitioning from a small town into a major city and being recognized throughout the state and the country. Those architectural contents of that period have been recognized by our program in the development of both landmark structures and in the creation of the North Franklin Street Downtown Multiple Properties Group. This grouping of historic landmarks was developed in order to properly recognize the development history through the built past for buildings in the Central Business District. Some of the buildings within that grouping are the Vintage Auto Building 1 on North Franklin, the Easley Building, constructed in 1895 on North Franklin Street, the Southern Exchange Building on North Florida Avenue, and the Spain Restaurant Building, which is also on Tampa Street. Some of the other landmarks, these landmarks usually predated the development of the multiple properties listing, but have the same architectural and historical significance of those buildings. Of course, the Federal Courthouse, built in 1905, the Floridan Hotel, 1926, the Crest Building Department Store, constructed in 1929, and then our very well-known Tampa Theater and Office Building, constructed in 1921. Under 27260, the code that you're considering today, the HPC may request City Council to take emergency action to review a threat to a building, site, structure, or object of architectural, historical, or archaeological significance. And today we're dealing with a building. There's 3 criteria that are considered when this situation develops. One would be if the building is listed individually in the National Register of Historical Places. This building is not listed on the National Register of Historic Places currently. 2, the building would need to meet the criteria for individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places, but which has not been locally designated under the provisions of this chapter. And I'll come back to that one. And then the third is that it is defined as a contributing structure to a historic district that either is pending for listing or is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, but which has not yet been designated under the provisions of this chapter. And the building does not meet that criteria. Going back to 2, the staff in reviewing the demolition request which was submitted verified that the building meets the criteria for individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places, but has not been locally designated under the provisions of this chapter. So that's the focus of your consideration this morning, and that is that under 27260B2, the building would meet that criteria. If you determine that the building does meet that criteria, you shall submit written information to City Council supporting its statement that irreparable harm would be done to the building if demolition permit is issued. If you determine that the building does not meet the criteria, then you shall approve the issuance of the demolition permit, which is currently being held by the city. This building was identified as potentially eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places and for local landmark designation in a cultural resource study produced in 1979 titled The Man-Made Elements of Tampa and Hillsborough County, Phase 1. February 9th, 2022, under the permit number that you see illustrated on your screen, there was a demolition request presented to my division. That fell under the review process of 27260 that I just outlined. Because of the age of the original determination of eligibility, I felt it warranted to check back with the State Historic Preservation Office and verify that the building would still be potentially eligible. We received confirmation of that eligibility on February 25th, 2022. You have that determination in your packets from Ruben Acosta, the survey supervisor, survey and registration supervisor in the Division of State. At that point, I made the decision to schedule this before the commission for consideration under 27260. It's important to note, to recognize that the owner does not support National Register listing or local historic landmark designation. They have applied for demolition of the property for future development efforts. Given the context of the request, it's important to consider if the building would be eligible potentially for local landmark designation. That's not before you today, but the staff did go through the responsibility of providing you the information so that you can make an informed decision. And we drafted a designation report of how we would approach it if you were considering that. Under 27257, the criteria for local landmark designation is very similar to the format used by the National Register of Historic Places, but your focus is more on local significance and not necessarily having to consider significance throughout the country. So under Section A of that code section, the building, site, structure, or object, or district, and we're dealing once again with a building, needed to be constructed or achieved its significance during the period of significance as delineated in the National Register of Historic Places guidelines or established in the nomination pursuant to those guidelines. And the building has to have a quality of significance in American, state, or local history, principally local history is what we're really focused on, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture, which is present in district sites, building structures, and objects that possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, filling, and association, and that meet one or more of the following criteria. So the first criteria is that they are associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, otherwise referred to as National Register Criterion A, that they are associated with the lives of persons significant in our past, otherwise referred to as National Register Criterion B. Number 3, that they embody the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, or that they represent the work of a master, or that possess high artistic values, or that they represent a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction. That last portion really deals with historic districts. So, this is a general guideline that's applied. So for a building, that last portion of 3 really doesn't apply. But that is referred to as National Criterion C for the National Register eligibility. And then the 4th primarily deals with archaeology resources, and that would be that they have yielded or may be likely to yield information important in prehistory or history. That is referred to as National Register Criterion D. Within the review process by the Division of Historic Resources, looking at the eligibility for the National Register listing, you have that letter from Mr. Acosta in front of you. They did determine through that examination that the building satisfied Criterion C, which would be referenced in 3 within the local code. That essentially relates to its design, construction, and architecture. Locally, the staff's opinion is that we would also have eligibility for Criterion 1, which is referred to as Criterion A, dealing with the influence of the property in the history of the city of Tampa's commercial development, because it has been for over 110 years, has been a presence along Tampa Street and occupied by various businesses. So to summarize, for local landmark designation, the building was constructed in 1912 during a period of Tampa's early downtown development. The building satisfies Section 27, parentheses 2, parentheses 1, also known as National Register Criterion A, for community planning and development. Tampa's business district began development as a commercial area in the 1890s and reached its peak of importance in the 1930s. The buildings included in the locally designated North Franklin Street Downtown Multiple Properties Group were constructed between 1895 and 1924. These buildings were an important part of the robust downtown business area and served the daily needs of a downtown residential population living in single-family dwellings that were found between Tampa Street and the Hillsborough River to the west, between Florida Avenue and Nebraska Avenue to the east. The district also served the Tampa Heights residential neighborhood immediately to the north of downtown. Most commercial buildings that define this downtown commercial district were 1 to 3 stories in height, with architectural detailing typical to the brick commercial structures of the early 20th century. Decorative brick and tile work is often found in the cornice of the parapet. More elaborate detailing is present in buildings that date from the 1920s, the Florida boom era. The first-story storefronts, some of the first-story storefronts have been altered over the past century. However, many of those are easily rehabilitated. The Tar Furniture Company building, designed by renowned architect Emilio Elliott and his partner B.C. Bonafoy, is distinctive from these other commercial buildings, particularly when regarding its earlier date of construction, its grander height, and elaborate architectural detailing. The building was constructed by the Tampa Tribune, or the Tribune Publishing Company, which owned and operated the structure adjacent to the south. The Tar Furniture Company leased the new building from the Tribune and remained at that location until it moved to a larger building in 1927. Following the relocation of the Tar Furniture Company, the building was occupied by M.L. Pierce Music Company, Tampa Better Housing Program, Tampa Rug and Furniture Company, which purchased the building in 1939 and operated its business in there until 1972. After 1972, a McDonald's restaurant operated until 1993, and then the First Watch restaurant, which occupied the building since 1996 to the present. The Tar building, 520 North Tampa Street, stands as an example of a critical period in Tampa's early development and signifies the increasing economic growth of the city in the early 20th century. As such, the building is significant under Criterion 1, referred to as Criterion A in the National Register, in the area of community planning and development. Excuse me. Moving on to eligibility under 27257, parentheses 2, also known as National Register Criteria C, which focuses on architecture. The Tar Furniture Company building at 520 North Tampa Street is a 5-story blonde brick commercial-style structure located in the southwest corner of Tampa and Twig Street in downtown Tampa. The brick structure is trimmed in Georgia marble and terracotta. The east-facing facade maintains a centered entrance flanked by 2 partially obscured storefronts. The original wraparound canopy shown on the Sanborn Company maps has been removed. On both the east and the north elevations, the second and third stories both contain rectangular windows separated by pilasters, with paired windows between the pilasters on the 4th and 5th floor. All windows feature marble sills and keystones. The arched second-story windows and the third-story windows are separated by brick spandrels with inset marble tile. 8 pointed terracotta stars join together to form grills above the third-story windows. A terracotta cornice separates the third and fourth stories, and a smaller cornice rests upon the 5th floor area. Geometric accents reminiscent of the prairie style accent the pilasters at the tops of the 1st, 3rd, and 5th floors. A pediment obscures the flat roof. And I should note also that it appears that most of the original windows are in place in the building. The Tar Furniture Company building was designed by renowned Tampa architect Emilio Elliott and his partner. It was built by general contractor E.W. Parker. Emilio Elliott lived from 1886 to 1967, was born in Woodstock, New York. He attended Cooper's Institute in New York and trained in the New York City firm of Welch, Smith, and Provost. In 1907, he moved to Tampa and formed his partnership with B.C. Bonnefoy. Bonnefoy, who lived from 1872 to 1953, was born in Connecticut and served in the U.S. Army in the Spanish-American War. Elliott and Bonnefoy designed such buildings as the Centro Studiano, the Lehman House, and Tampa City Hall. Their partnership dissolved in 1917. Elliott went on to design Tampa's Italian Club, Cuban Club, Masonic Temple, and several other buildings throughout Tampa, Temple Terrace, Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Sarasota. His body of work is regarded as a most significant collection of architectural elements produced in the early 20th century in Tampa. Some of Elliott's buildings are listed in the National Register of Historic Places and are documented as part of the Historic American Building Survey held in the Library of Congress. Despite the alterations to the building's storefront, the building remains an excellent example of early 20th century commercial style architecture in downtown Tampa. Its original characteristics on the 2nd through the 5th floors are intact, conveying the building's historic integrity through the aspects of design, materials, and workmanship. It was designed by a well-known local architectural firm who has become nationally renowned. Therefore, the Tar Furniture Company building is significant under Criterion 3, also referred to as National Register Criteria C, in the area of architecture and as an example of the work of a master. The building still conveys its quality of significance through its intact integrity. The staff recommendation is that the Tar Furniture Company building located at 520 North Franklin Street, that's North Tampa Street, excuse me for that typo, meets the criteria for individual listing in the National Register of Historic Places, but has not been locally designated under 27260B as indicated. It is eligible for historic local landmark designation under 27257, and that would be under the criteria of 1 and 3, as I just mentioned. It would be an appropriate addition to the North Franklin Street Downtown Multiple Properties Group. Recommendation is that the Historic Preservation Commission should submit written information to Tampa City Council supporting the statement that irreparable harm will be done to the building if a demolition permit is issued. And that concludes my presentation. I believe now the agent will address the board. Can you help them with the PowerPoint? Thank you. I think she's going to help you with the PowerPoint here.
Oh, my stars.
Good. Good morning. My name is Scott McLaren. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property, KT North Ashley. We have some materials for your review and for filing in the record, if I might approach.
May we,
Dennis will hand it out.
may we have a motion to receive and accept, please?
So moved.
Second, please.
I second the motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes to receive and accept.
Good morning. Again, Scott McLaren. I'm at 101 East Kennedy Boulevard here in Tampa, and I've been sworn, and I'd like to introduce our team this morning. With me today from my firm, Hill Ward & Henderson, is Ms. Cammie Corbett and Ms. Carolina Blanco. And we also have here today, on behalf of our client, Steve Barber, who is the client representative for KT. I just want to say in advance, this is a very important situation for KT. They acquired this property in December. They paid over $7 million for the property, and they plan to build a 55-story condominium on the site. And in order to do that, we applied for a demolition permit. So this is obviously a very important issue to our client, and so I would ask you to be patient today. Our presentation is lengthy, and I apologize for that, but there's really no, this is our one shot to present evidence on the salient issues in this matter, and so we have to do it in this way. So we'd appreciate your patience today. The one matter that we do, that we can present evidence on later is we can have a full hearing on hardship, the way the code reads, and so we're not going to present our full case on hardship today, but we are going to touch on it to address the hardship referenced in 27-257, simply because the applicant, in this case the city, has put on evidence in 27-257. So that's kind of where we start, and I'd like to start, if it's appropriate, Madam Chair, by a little cross-examination of Mr. Fernandez. I need to ask him some questions about the city's application and what has gone on up to this point with respect to that application.
Kamaria, may I have your guidance?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. This is, the city's already presented their case, their application. If you want to ask questions, you could certainly ask those questions, but just present your your argument as to why the demolition permit should be issued. This is the phase where you present to the board why your demo permit should be issued.
Okay, so all I have done respectfully is introduce our team, and I am now entitled, if this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I'm constitutionally entitled to a cross-examination of the city's witnesses, and I'm asking to be allowed to do that.
If you have some questions regarding what Mr. Fernandez presented, you can ask those questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pettis-Mackle. So, Mr. Fernandez, I need to ask you some questions about this. I think you touched on it, but we are here on a 27-260B hearing, right?
And for purposes of ensuring the record is recorded accurately, can you scoot down so Mr. Fernandez could be at the podium at the same time so that this is recorded? Because there's no microphone where Mr. Fernandez is sitting.
Could you just repeat the question?
Sure. This is a section 20, City Code section 27-260B as in boy hearing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so the criteria for this hearing is set forth in slide 2 of the PowerPoint, 27-260B. It's HPC may, after a duly noticed public hearing, request the City Council to take emergency action to review a threat to, and in this case, I think you conceded that meets the criteria for individual listing on the National Register. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is, I think you admitted it, but I just want to make sure this is the sole criteria that's to be weighed by this body today, correct?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. I think Mr. Fernandez just answered that. That's what you just said.
Okay. So does the answer yes? It seems to me like when we're looking at the very end here, it says that the ultimate issue is it eligible for designation under the National Register. Would you agree with me on that?
That is the principal basis for the board making its motion, so I would say yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that my client acquired these, there were actually 2 buildings that were acquired on North Tampa Street in early December of 2021, right?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. And after that, your office sent some materials to the State Historic Preservation Office about the potential designation of these buildings, right?
That's correct.
And there was the 514 building, which is a little further south or next door to this building to the south, right?
It abuts the building to the south.
And then this building, which I'm going to call the 520 building today. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Now, when your office sent a copy of these materials to the State Historic Preservation Office, neither you nor your staff forwarded a copy of those materials to my client. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you or your staff performed a physical inspection of the interior and exterior of this building at 520?
We have performed a visual, I would not categorize it as an inspection, but we have evaluated the building from the exterior, but not the interior.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. And do you know if anyone from the state in connection with this application has done an interior or exterior inspection of the building?
I'm unaware of that.
Are you familiar with the National Register of Historic Places bulletin concerning the National Register criteria?
I'm familiar with the document.
Okay. And do you agree that this is the bulletin that tells us how to apply the criteria?
This is the bulletin that applies the criteria at the national level.
Okay. You agree it's for the national, I think we agree it's for the National Register criteria. This tells us how to apply that criteria, right?
It directs you for the National Register process. That's correct.
Okay, and so looking on page 3 of the bulletin,
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. I'd ask that this questioning, this is a process that's governed by 27260B. 27260B, not the national criteria. Mr. Fernandez is not here to answer questions about the national criteria, but whether or not this application meets the criteria in 27260B. That's what the premise that we're here for. And that's what the board's focus is under 27260B. And that is the emergency actions to protect buildings, sites, structures, or objects meeting the criteria for designation. Specifically, subsection B is an HPC public hearing and findings of fact. This board is not here to determine whether or not it meets the national criteria. That's not where we are in this phase of the proceeding, is whether or not it meets the criteria. This is to determine whether or not, in subsection B, whether or not this is a building, site, structure, or object or of architectural, historical, or archaeological significance, and whether it meets these 3 criteria, That's all this board is here to determine. They are not acting as the National Historic Preservation Board, and neither is Mr. Fernandez acting as the National Historic Preservation Board. I'd ask that your questions be focused on the code section that this board is in fact here and has the authority to act under, which is 27260.
okay, so the witness testified on direct, and now he's again testified on cross, that the criteria to be weighed by this board is whether or not it is eligible and meets the criteria for individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places. That's in your code, and that's what this witness testified to. And so I'm asking him about that. Does it meet that criteria or not? That's what's being weighed by this board. That's what his presentation was, is the staff believes that it does meet the criteria. I have the right to cross-examine him and test that representation to this board.
Again, I'm just reminding the board of what your purview is 27260B, and that's what the board's authority is to hear this case.
Mr. Fernandez, do you see how the bulletin that says how to apply the National Register criteria says that for a property to qualify for the National Register, which is the criteria we're here about, it must meet one of the National Register criteria for evaluation by being associated with an important historic context and retaining historic integrity of those features necessary to convey its significance. Do you see that, sir?
I agree with the verbiage as presented.
Okay, and it says that a physical examination and documentary research is necessary to evaluate a property's eligibility for the National Register. Is that fair?
And again, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Fernandez is representing the information for the board on how they can evaluate 27260.
Understood, and that he's testified means that in the staff's opinion, it meets the criteria for listing in the National Register. And I haven't, I'm here to protect my client's interest. This is my shot to make a record. I've got to ask these questions. So,
I don't evaluate for the National Register of Historic Places. I applied the evaluation provided by the Division of Historical Resources through the response that I had referenced earlier.
okay, so are you telling this board that it is not your opinion that 27260B1 Romanet 2 that this building does not meet that criteria?
No, that's not what I'm telling the board. I'm telling the board that according to the State Division of Historical Resources, who makes those determinations, they have stated that it does meet that criteria.
They stated that it does unequivocally meet that criteria. Is that your testimony under oath?
They stated that it's potentially eligible for the National Register listing, I believe is how they worded it.
Right, it says potentially eligible, right? So the state has not made a decision as to whether or not this is eligible, have they?
I can't speak for the state.
All right, sir. Let's look at the file you submitted, or the form your staff submitted to the state. Submitted that on February 22nd of this year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated there were some storefront alterations. Are you also aware that there was a fifth floor added to the building?
We were aware that there was a change during construction that resulted in an enclosed fifth level.
Okay. So you think that was in the original construction in 1912, or do you know?
I do not know the exact date.
Okay. All right. And are you aware that there's some additional stairwell alterations that have been made that inhibit the use of some of the windows on the front of the building?
I am not.
Okay. So your submission to the state did not indicate that, right?
I believe we used the information available to submit the questionnaire to the state.
Okay, and what information was that, sir?
The public records and the observations of the first Cultural Resource Survey in 1979.
Okay, so there was some application for building plans for a McDonald's in the early 70s. Did you review those?
I would have to consult with staff member to be able to answer that.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. Your staff indicated that the condition was good, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, this report references the National Register Bulletin we were talking about, right?
I believe it's referring to bulletin number 15.
Okay. And is that the bulletin on how to apply the criteria?
There's a change. I have to refer to the title. Just one moment. Bulletin number 15 is titled "How to Apply the National Register Criteria for Evaluation."
Right, that's the same one we looked at a minute ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your staff's representation was marble sills are present, right?
Correct.
It says original characteristics on the second through fifth floors are intact, right?
They appear to be intact from a visual examination.
On the exterior, but you didn't indicate that in your report to the state. You just said intact. So someone reading this could actually believe that they're intact on the interior of the building. Isn't that right?
I'm not going to answer conjecture.
Okay. There's no indication in your report that you only looked at the exterior, is there, sir?
I don't recall all the entrances of the report, but we did not access the interior. I don't think we represented that we did.
Okay, fair enough. And your staff at this time says the building is significant under National Register Criterion C in the area of architecture, right?
The original evaluation identified criterion C, and we did not try to influence that decision with the state.
Okay, but now you're asking, you're telling the tribunal here, this Historic Preservation Commission, that it's significant under criterion A and C, right?
Under 257.
Okay. Criterion A under 257 is the same as criteria A in the National Register, isn't it, sir?
The section 27257 is incorporates the criterion letters by reference. The section is numerically ordered in the city code.
Right, sir. And they're the same, right? 1 through 4 is the same as A through D. Isn't that accurate?
The elements are the same. The approach in applying them varies.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your staff sent this photo and this photo to the state, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did not send any photos of the west or southerly portion of the building, is that right?
I can't affirm that at this point. I have to refer to it's been quite a few months since we submitted that form, so.
Okay. I can tell you that my review of the file indicates that none were sent. Would you dispute that?
Once again, I
Wait,
can't comment on it.
I'm sorry, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Was your question what you reviewed to determine what you reviewed from the state?
I'll move on. Let's look at this photo from the mid-'80s of the building. We can see that the windows are boarded up, is that right?
I can't determine if those are boards.
Okay. You agree that at this point, the ground floor of the east and north facades of the building are completely altered, correct?
There's alterations on the east and on the north. I don't know about their degree of completeness, but.
Okay. And you would agree with me, though, that there is no architectural significance to the west or southerly sides of the building, right?
There's no architectural details or ornamentation on that elevation.
Are those architecturally significant in your opinion, sir?
Under 257, I would say that it lacks architectural significance on that elevation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, the state did send you a letter on the 514 building, right? You submitted similar form on the 514.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. The matter that's before you is regarding 520 North Tampa Street and not any other building. So I just want the commission to be aware that any other address or any other property location is not relevant and it's not before you for your consideration, just the information regarding 520 North Tampa Street.
Did the state send you a letter about, you sent both at the same time, your submission on the 514 and the 520 buildings, right?
Yes, we did.
And you received a letter on the 514 building from the state, correct?
We did.
And it said, due to modifications to the facade of the building negatively impacting the property's integrity of design, materials, and workmanship, the property is not eligible for listing, correct?
That is what the letter read.
All right, sir. And then let's talk about the letter, I think you referred to it a second ago, from State Historic Preservation about the 520 building. And it says that after reviewing the submitted materials, which would be the materials from your office, correct?
Correct.
This building is potentially eligible for listing, right?
That's what the letter reads.
State also points out that this was originally a 3 or 4-story building. And that the reconfiguration, and it does refer to the marble sills, which you referred to, or your staff referred to in their submittal, right?
It reads marble sills in the letter.
Okay, after reviewing this letter, does it refresh your recollection that this was a 3 or 4-story building to start with? Or do you know? I mean, if you don't, that's fine.
I can't adequately answer that at this moment.
That's fair. Okay, thank you. Then the letter goes on to say, we have determined that the property is potentially eligible, but we cannot move forward until we receive property owner consent. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then it says, we also encourage submission of photos of the interior to determine how much of the historic interior design and materials survive, especially on the upper floors. Additional information on comparable buildings would also allow us to better evaluate the property's significance. So you would agree with me that the state is not saying it's eligible, it's saying it's potentially eligible, right?
That's what the letter reads.
And it also asks for additional photos of the interior, et cetera. Did you provide any additional materials to the state in connection with the eligibility issue?
No.
That's it. And you're familiar with the eligibility issue as referenced in that letter, right? The United States law that talks about the property is not eligible if the owner objects?
The wording is that the property shall not be included until an objection is withdrawn, I believe.
Okay. Not be included, is there a difference in not being included and eligible to be included?
Yes.
There is. So the word eligible, it means something different than shall not be included? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What's your definition of eligible?
I don't have a definition on, to provide you at this time.
All right, sir. And you're familiar with the fact that the owner did object to the listing, right?
I am.
Listing, designation, or inclusion in the National Register, right?
That's what the letter, or that's what the correspondence reads.
And then the state weighed in and said, because of that objection, it, quote, shall not be included in its individual capacity in the National Register, correct?
That's what the letter reads.
So this property can't be in the National Register with the objection in place. Is that fair?
That's how I understand the state interprets the U.S. Code.
Do you have a different interpretation than does the state?
It's not my position to interpret the National Register Code.
Okay. Let's look at the Hpc staff report in connection with this hearing. The category is for an actual building, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You've talked about A and C. I see the period of significance there, and this is important, 1912 to 1972. Is that right?
That's the period that's indicated in the staff report.
Now, do you have any information suggesting that that period, 1912 to 1972, or any portion of that period, is delineated in the National Register or any of its publications as a period of historical significance in Tampa?
That's a very broad statement. I don't believe I can answer that with the information I have.
Okay, so you don't know, right? If the National Register or its guidelines would suggest that any portion of the period from 1912 to 1972 is a period of historical significance. Is that correct?
I don't believe I can answer that question.
You don't know, right?
I think he said he can't answer that question. That's different from he doesn't know.
Okay, well, do you know the answer to the question, Mr. Fernandez?
I mean, it's overly broad, and I can't specifically apply it to this property.
All right, I'll move on. Tar Furniture Company building was, this is your report for this, and it squares with your representation that this building was designed by Elliott and his partner Bonfoy, right?
That's correct.
And a significant part of your presentation was that Mr. Elliott had designed a number of buildings that are significant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also indicate that its original characteristics on the 2nd through 5th floors are intact, but again, you're talking about the exterior, right?
Exterior features, yes, are what we examined.
Okay. Do you recall receiving a public records request from my office about trying to figure out where the city got its information on Mr. Elliott designing this building?
I recall the public records request.
Okay. And we asked you for any and all documents, research, communications, evidence, electronically stored or recorded information, or other materials that identify the architects who designed the building, right?
That's what the transmittal reads.
Okay, and you recall that the initial response from the city was the city produced a building permit application for McDonald's, and that didn't say anything about who the architect was. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Okay. And then the city did have a supplemental response indicating there are no records identifying the architect who designed the building. You see that?
I can't speak. This is produced to the clerk's office, not my office.
Right. The public records request was addressed to you, correct?
It was.
All right, sir. And so the city was able to produce no records supporting the idea that Mr. Elliott was the architect for this building. Is that fair?
I'd like to take time to consult with my legal counsel.
Are you asking for a 5-minute recess?
Yes, I am.
Right. Commissioners, may we have a motion for a 5-minute recess, please?
I move for a 5-minute recess.
Second. May we have a second, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? Aye. Those opposed? All right. Meeting is recessed for 5 minutes. The recess has ended, and we will continue this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so I will just move on to the next issue. Now, your staff report, Mr. Fernandez, indicates that your historic preservation program here dates back to 1987. Is that your understanding?
I'm not certain on the year that the program formally commenced.
Okay. The staff report indicates that surveys taken in '87 were the basis for the City of Tampa's historic preservation program, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how long have you been in your position with the city?
I believe since 2006.
Okay, so 16 years, fair enough. Now your code, Historic Preservation Code 27256 says that a person or entity, if they wish to designate a landmark, can file an application with your staff, correct?
That's what the code reads.
Okay. So at any point, since you've been at the city in 2006 to the present, you or someone else could have filed an application for designation for this building. That's what the code says, right?
That's correct.
And then there's also a work plan, right? 27265, this is in the Historic Preservation Code, says that the HPC, that's the Historic Preservation, shall update the list of properties for inclusion. And the work plan is to identify properties that require further study and investigation of their architectural or historical significance for possible landmark designation, right?
That's what the code reads.
And although it requires, it speaks in mandatory language, shall, has your office ever updated the work plan to include this property since you've been employed by the city?
Not specifically this property now.
This property's never been and currently is not on the work plan, is it?
No.
And you know, let's face it. This property is, it's located right on Tampa Street, right? It's not some hidden property. Everybody drives by it. Everybody sees it. So, people know about it. It's just not on the work plan and has not been the subject of an application for designation, right?
I believe I've already answered that.
All right, thank you. I did want to ask you about 27257. That's, you referred to that as the local criteria, local designation criteria. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when I read this criteria, and I think it's important. So you look at, it says when designated a landmark site, overlay district, and I guess, and then it says you got to shall apply the following criteria, right? And A says the building, and we're here on a building, right?
Correct.
Says the building, number one, was constructed or achieved its significance. And then after number one, it uses the conjunctive and, right?
It does.
And then you go to two. And so you got to satisfy both one and two in order to meet the criteria, right?
I believe so.
And then at the end of 2, it also uses the word conjunctive and, right?
That's how it reads.
And then you go to subsection B, talks about the district, and then that uses and again, the conjunctive, and it goes to C. So you'd agree with me that in order to qualify even under the local criteria, you got to meet A1 and A2 and C and B and C, correct?
If B is a district, if the property is a district, B applies to districts.
Right, this property is not in a district, is it?
No, sir.
Right, so, okay. All right, thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate your time very much, Mr. Fernandez, this morning. So, that completes my cross-examination. I don't know if the city has any other information they'd like to present.
This is the time for. Kamaria Pettis-Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. This is the time of your presentation.
Okay, my understanding was I was crossing Mr. Fernandez, and so now I was going to present my case, if you guys don't have anything else, but I just want to make sure that you don't.
As the applicant, the city will have time for the rebuttal at the end of your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pettis-Malcolm. Okay, so we're done with that. I know that was unusual. Again, this is unusual hearing. You're going to hear about our plans today. And so this is kind of where I will tell you about what we think about our case. We believe the criteria here are not met. The criteria you're here to decide today is whether or not the property, as Mr. Fernandez stated, meets the criteria for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. In other words, whether it is eligible for inclusion as that criteria sets forth. So the issue here really is eligible for designation. The evidence will show legally it can't be designated. The evidence will show it cannot be restored, even if it were eligible. So practically and legally, the criteria are not met. The evidence will also show that there's a lack of retention of architectural integrity, that the features on the exterior, the first floor, and then some other problems on the exterior, but very much so on the interior, there is absolutely no integrity left of the architectural interior of this building. And then there's some other issues we will touch on. Criterion A, this building is not tied to any historical events. Criterion C, again, as you've witnessed, there is no evidence that the city can point to that this building was designed by Mr. Elliott, and in fact, I think the greater weight of the evidence shows it was designed by someone else. And then criterion C, it doesn't clearly define any particular architectural style, which is what is required. So we don't feel like it meets that criteria, nor does it meet, as we will show, the 27257 criteria. But one thing I think is important is to look at the legal requirements, for this property. This property is in the central business district of the comprehensive plan. And it is a very high-density residential neighborhood. That's what the city council passed legislation saying that this property is within the central business district. And so you'll hear that we relied upon this when we bought our property and paid millions of dollars for it. You'll see that the comprehensive plan for this area wants a residential development pattern consistent with compact form strategy with increased availability of housing at densities that promote walking and transit near employment concentrations. And of course, this is an employment concentration. We're right downtown. Another land use plan policy, 9.4.1, is to encourage higher density multifamily development, where again, we're contemplating a very high density multifamily development, exactly what the city's comprehensive plan requires and encourages. And this is, the comprehensive plan is the highest level of regulation. In other words, it's kind of a constitution for development in the city that the city passes to try to encourage people to move forward in a planned manner. Again, another comprehensive plan objective, 9.1. The objective is to locate higher density housing right here in the downtown core. The zoning code, zoning is CBD 1. Dwelling units, obviously multifamily is allowed, and the height limitation, there is no height limitation implemented by the city. The height limitation is as high as you can build so long as you're compliant with the height restrictions of the Aviation Authority. The city's zoning code talks about the purpose of the central business district, the CBD, to establish a pedestrian-friendly relationship between the building facades and the public realm. This is very important. The miscellaneous provisions under the CBD requirements say that the zoning shall be subject to the provisions of the following ordinances and resolutions, and one of those is the community redevelopment plan for the CBD community redevelopment agency areas. What do they say? They say that, you know, this is supposed to be the highest activity, high levels of pedestrian activity, and this next part is really the most important thing about the legal requirements that the city has implemented on our property, and why we bought it, and why it's appropriate for high-rise development, and why designation of this property would actually be inconsistent with law. What happened was the Community Redevelopment Area Board, or the agency itself, which was comprised of several city council members at the time, they went through and they looked at every single block in the downtown core. And they said, okay, we're going to designate some as redevelopment blocks and others as rehabilitation blocks. As you can see, redevelopment blocks are the blocks that could be 100% utilized for redevelopment purposes. Rehabilitation blocks are those blocks that contain some unique characteristics. In other words, historic or architecturally significant structures. This has the effect of zoning law, as you saw in this code provision. And what did the city CRA designate for our block? Our block is designated unequivocally as a redevelopment block, indicating no historic or architecturally significant structures within that block. That was a decision made by the CRA, including at least one city council member. The Community Redevelopment Agency decided that this block should be completely redeveloped. The building is not in a historic district, national or local. It's not in the North Franklin Downtown Multiple Properties Group. And when you look back at the enabling legislation for architectural review boards, including this board, the statute laid out a long time ago in the 80s the powers of this board and the ARC. And they said that this board has the power regarding preservation of buildings and the control of the erection or demolition of buildings. But then it goes on to say, very, very specifically, no regulation shall be adopted which is in conflict with any zoning ordinance, including these provisions. And so what happened in a similar case back in the early 2000s was this whole issue went to court, and the court ruled in the City National case that according to this statute, no regulation shall be adopted which is in conflict with any zoning ordinance. It says the court finds in the third column, the controlling law on this, the statute is the controlling law on the issue. The ARC, and likewise this board, may approve or disapprove projects so long as their recommendations are not in conflict with any zoning ordinance. So we respectfully submit that what the city asked this commission to do today is actually inconsistent with the enabling statute, as well as law of Hillsborough County Court. It was affirmed by the Court of Appeals, actually went all the way to the Supreme Court. So again, you know, I apologize for having to get into legalese, but these are laws. If I don't present this today, you know, we could be precluded from arguing it later. But it's our position that under the controlling law, the zoning controls. In that case, the court said the city of Tampa created this quagmire of competing and inconsistent building requirements, and therefore those requirements must be construed in the property owner's favor. And that's citing several cases, including those from the Supreme Court. So what does all this mean? This means that our client did its homework, it looked into the regulations that control this property. It looked to see if there was any designation process in in process. Anybody had filed any applications, and found that there were none. Found this, that the zoning code allowed specifically, and the comprehensive plan exactly what the client wanted to do. So what did they do? They designed a project and they bought this property. And we now are going to present testimony of Mr. Barber, Steve Barber, who's with KT. North Ashley, the owner, and he's going to explain to you, what the project is about and why it's relevant today. Thank you. And Carolina Blanco, my partner, is going to take you through Mr. Barber's testimony. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carolina Blanco. I'm at 101 East Kennedy Boulevard. I'd like to introduce our client, have him state his name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Barber. Address is 147 2nd Avenue South, St. Pete, 33701. And I have been sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
And before we begin, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. I just want to remind the board again, we're only here to determine eligibility based upon the property, whether or not the property meets the criteria of 27260. We're not here, this is not a notice hearing regarding the design of a future project or discussion about what a future project may be on this site.
Thank you. Mr. Barber, can you please tell us your role with KT North Ashley, the owner of this property?
Yes, I am a development executive with KT North Ashley. I'm responsible for overseeing the development of our proposed project at 520 North Tampa, and I think it's important for you to understand, what our plans are for this property.
Can you give the commission a little background on your educational history and any areas of expertise?
Yes, I'm a professional engineer registered in Georgia, and I'm a certified general contractor in the state of Florida as well.
We'd now like to take you through some basic information about the property located at 520 North Tampa. When was this building acquired by KT?
We closed on the property December 7th, 2021.
And what was the purchase price of the building and its parking lot?
The building and adjacent parking were approximately $7.5 million.
In connection with that purchase, did you also acquire the building next door so that you could implement your plans for this project?
That's correct. That was 514 North Tampa, and the cost of that building was $5.25 million.
So all in, KT has invested $12.75 million to be able to proceed with its plans for this piece of property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When did KT first start working on the designs for this project?
We started working on the design in early November of 2021. The project is called One Tampa. It's a mixed-use condominium project in 55 levels. We will have 311 condominium units and some ground floor retail on the corner of Ashley and Twiggs. It is valued at over $400+ million in market value between the condominiums and retail.
What has KT invested in this project to date?
So as you mentioned, we've got $12,750,000 in the land and parking. We've also spent in excess of $750,000 in architectural and engineering design services, other consulting, marketing, and operational expenses.
And has KT incurred other miscellaneous costs in connection with its efforts to demolish the building?
Yes, we have. We've incurred better than $175,000 in legal and consulting expenses in our efforts to demolish the building, and those expenses are creeping up every day as we continue to experience this delay.
How would you describe the current real estate market for condominiums in Tampa?
Well, obviously, it's very hot. Supply is very low. Demand is high. We all know that people are moving to Tampa in droves, and the housing supply is extremely low at this time.
And if KT's plans are delayed due to the city's efforts to prevent demolition, do you think this project would still be viable?
That's tough to say. You know, this is really hindering our ability to begin marketing the project. And, you know, we are forced to assume a higher risk through the delay. You know, we're also incurring additional carry costs as we experience the delay, and you know, we are looking to avert that. But regardless, it's a risk we're forced to assume.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the current condition of the building. So, are you aware with what the building is currently being used for?
Yes, it's obviously ground floor restaurant. First Watch is a breakfast and lunch restaurant, open until 2:30 p.m. daily, 7 days a week. Levels 2 through 5 are vacant, and they have been vacant for likely over 50 years at this point. You know, there's very little value in the property to the city or to anyone really at this point. Quite honestly, from Curtis Hickson Park, the west elevation of the building is an eyesore.
And that's the photo on the left here, is that right?
That is correct.
So let's talk about what you all planned for this building. Did KT submit its design district review application?
We did. It was submitted yesterday. So One Tampa is a 311 unit building. These will be 311 homeowners that will be moving to Tampa. This is not a rental property. These are high net worth individuals. The units will average $1,350,000. Our ground floor retail is ideally suited for a restaurant. Our homeowners will use the parks, the Riverwalk. They will visit the Arts District. They will go to the restaurants downtown. They will walk to work. It's exactly what the city is encouraging with their form-based code in the Central Business District.
And before you bought this property, is that something you looked into, whether your project was compatible with the city's own guidance for this area of the city?
Absolutely. Yes, we did.
Did you look into whether the current building had been designated historical?
We did, and it was confirmed there was no historical designation or any efforts underway at the time to do so.
When did KT first learn that its demolition permit or its efforts to demolish may not be fruitful?
So in late January, Mr. Fernandez was conducting a periodic inspection at our Hyde Park House property on Bayshore Boulevard, which is in the Hyde Park Historic District. And he indicated that he would like to speak with us about the downtown property that we had acquired almost 2 months prior at that point. So I met with Mr. Fernandez in late January. He indicated to me that he was not in a position to support demolition of either 514 or 520. Likely 514 we could get by with, but he was encouraging me to consider incorporation of one of the facades of 520 into our project. And at that time, we had been working on the design for our project for some 4 months. We were very far along, and we knew what we wanted to do, so we took it upon ourselves to submit demolition permit applications shortly thereafter, which has effectively triggered this process now.
And this first notice that you received, this was after you closed on the property, is that correct?
That's correct. At least 6 weeks.
And then you officially submitted an objection to designation.
We did.
If KT is unable to demolish the building and proceed with its plans, will it be able to achieve its investment-backed expectations?
Even if the 520 building could be renovated, it would be cost prohibitive to do so, and it would yield a financially unviable project for us.
Have you done any professional examination of the building yourself as an engineer and general contractor?
I have, yes. So I have measured 4 inches of differential settlement from east to west in this building. That is evidenced by a number of cracks in the masonry on the south wall of this building, which cannot be seen from the street. You'll be hearing more about that from our structural engineer shortly. The condition of the building, I would say interior and exterior is very poor, especially the interior. It has suffered neglect over the years from being vacant for literally decades. And, you know, in my opinion, as I had mentioned previously, even if it could be renovated, the expense incurred to do so would be prohibitive and yield a financially unviable project.
To your knowledge, has any government representative inspected the building since KT purchased it in December of 2021?
Not during our ownership.
Do you have any knowledge of whether any government representative inspected the building prior to your ownership?
I do not.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to the committee?
Yeah, I just would like to reiterate that, you know, One Tampa is located on a redevelopment block. I think that's a very important point to bring back up again. You know, this will be a true legacy project for the city that will bring many, many new homeowners to Tampa. And I would ask the HPC to not vote in favor of eligibility for designation of this project and allow us to move forward with One Tampa. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Is that appropriate at this time?
Are you done with your presentation?
We're just done with Mr. Barber.
The board can ask questions when you're done with your presentation.
Okay. So then at this time, we've talked a little bit about the planned project. I'd like to call our structural engineer, Mr. David Bierce. He's going to talk about the current condition of the property and its viability for restoration. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. David Bierce, ECS, Florida, address 4524 North 56th Street, Tampa, Florida.
And please tell the commission about your educational background and areas of expertise.
I am a University of South Florida graduate, mechanical engineering originally, civil engineering subsequently after that. I am a state of Florida licensed professional engineer. I am also a state of Florida licensed special inspector, threshold inspector. I have in excess of 29 years experience in various capacities, primarily here in the last 10 years with high-rise development.
Are you familiar with the building located at 520 North Tampa?
I am.
Were you asked to opine on its structural integrity?
I was.
And did you perform any inspections in connection with that opinion?
I did. I conducted 3.
Please tell the commission about those inspections.
The first inspection was cursory, visual in nature on the interior and the exterior of the building. The primary purpose was to formulate a plan with Mr. Barber on determining what the viability of restoration potential would be there. The second was for me to go back there with some members from my staff to evaluate code compliance elements of the building. And the third and final visit was to conduct a ground penetrating radar study on the potential presence for reinforcement, structural reinforcement on the exterior walls and the additional stairwell walls that are on the southwest and southeast portions of the building. I guess the southerly east, because it's not really oriented directly north-south, but for conversation's sake, southwest, southeast.
So as part of this inspection, did you inspect both the exterior and the interior of the building?
I did.
And you mentioned ground penetrating radar, is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
Ground penetrating radar, it's a little bit of a misnomer in the sense that it's not directly a technology intended just for the ground. It is a radio frequency sender and receiver device. It's a handheld device, and the frequency determines the depth of penetration. So a high frequency handheld device would allow you to determine dissimilar materials within a given structure. So it does not necessarily say specifics of what it is. It gives you an indication of what is within that structure that is different from something else. For instance, we're looking for the difference between concrete and metal or the presence of steel reinforcement. The steel reinforcement is typical in exterior wall design for the purpose of enduring what I would consider to be wind loads, lateral forces. I have to kind of use my hands, and I don't know if that's okay. But the purpose of steel reinforcement is effectively to absorb any of the tensile forces generated from lateral force, such as wind, uplift, that sort of thing.
We'll dive into some more detail about that, but for now, did you ultimately prepare a written report that listed your opinions and findings?
I did.
And is this your report, which is tab 6 of the Commission's notebook?
This is my report, yes.
So you mentioned a little bit about the building's exterior composition. Can you please explain to us what this building is made out of?
The building appears to be what I consider to be a double layer white brick construction. It effectively, I would like to comment that it appears to be 4 stories initially, as there's a different composition as you get above the 4th story. But the exterior construction is basically this double layer brick extending from the base floor all the way to the roof. And the roof is a quasi-flat roof sloped from north to south. Very slight slope, but it's very slight pitch. So that's the basic exterior construction of the envelope of the building.
And what would you expect in a brick building that was built in the early 1900s in terms of the thickness of the walls?
Right. There's a couple different elements of a traditional brick building that has to be able to withstand, again, the lateral forces. There's 3 forces to contend with when it comes to the construction of a building. That is, of course, dead load, the actual weight of the building, live load, the people, furniture, that sort of elements, and of course wind load, which is typically referred to as a lateral force. So in order to resist the axial loads, which I consider the up and down loads, are your live loads and your dead loads. Those are typically able to be supported through traditional brick masonry construction. However, the lateral loads require the steel to be placed or some sort of reinforcement within the wall structure itself to be able to absorb any tensile forces. Bricks are very good in compression, they're very bad in tension. So you can pull bricks apart a lot easier than you can put them together or crush them. So with that being said, a structure, brick masonry structure, typically has either thickened walls towards the bottom of the structure to resist some of those tensile forces, or it has structural steel or reinforcement within it. So.
And does this building have either of those things, the thicker brick at the bottom or the steel reinforcement within?
It has neither.
Were you surprised to see no steel reinforcement?
Yes, very surprised. The building standards back then are far different from what they are now. Building standards back then were commensurate with the technology available at the time. So tensile forces would be absorbed in a myriad of different ways through different types of support structure. So you can see, I could see during my inspection, the 2 layers of the exterior brick wall. So I want you to almost imagine you have the exterior facade and then you have an interior, and they're linked by intermittent brick attachments. So with that being said, I would expect to see some sort of steel reinforcement placed within the variable layers of where there's openings, where the fenestration or the windows are shown. I saw no reinforcement whatsoever.
What about vertical or horizontal brick control or expansion joints?
No expansion joints to be found. It's standard in masonry structures now to have an expansion joint every 25 feet. The span of this building is in excess of 200 feet one way, and I believe over 100 feet in the other direction. There are no expansion joints, which will not allow the building to adapt to the increased temperatures that it experiences over the course of a given 24-hour span. So during the cooler hours, it's going to shrink a little bit. During the hotter hours, it's going to expand a little bit. These expansion joints allow the building to effectively expand and contract, with giving it a point to where it can not rub up against each other, the individual bricks. So.
You already mentioned that this building does not have any of those expansion joints.
They do not have any expansion joints. So when a structure does not have expansion joints, similar to maybe a concrete pavement, it will create its own through those stress fractures or worse.
Okay. We're going to take the commission through your report now to help break it down. So just starting on a general level, based on your inspection, did you discover any structural deficiencies?
I highlighted 3 primary, and they're overarching statements, but as you can see, the evidence of differential settlement or the stress fractures throughout the building, very significant settlement of fractures throughout the building. I also noticed, like I mentioned, a lack of structural reinforcement. In the areas that were scanned with the ground penetrating radar, I saw the presence of no reinforcement whatsoever. And as Mr. Barber had indicated, interior structural members out of plumb, and of course the joists and flooring significantly out of level. Mr. Barber testified that it was 4 inches out of level, and what I believe he's referring to is that on 3 of the 4 floors that you can walk on right now, the west side is approximately 4 inches lower than the east side. And this also coincides with the settlement aspects of it. There's several portions of the building that appear to be pitched towards that direction. So
Let's start with that differential settlement and talk a bit more about that. Let's start with just what's regular settlement.
Settlement takes place over time. Settlement is typically absorbed during construction in the first 6 months. So when a building is traditionally being constructed, that settlement will, most of it in the ground, and when I say settlement, this is where the foundation meets the support of the ground. So if a portion of the building settles more or more rapidly than its companion support structure, you will see cracks develop through the structure after construction. When I say that most of the settlement is typically incurred in the first 6 months of construction, that usually is a uniform settlement. So when cracks develop over time, you typically, basically the inference is there's a portion of the building that is going down faster than the rest or its immediately adjacent structure. So that is where you see separation of the structural members above it.
And that's called differential settlement, right?
Differential settlement.
Did you take any measurements during your inspections to determine if this building had differential settlement?
I did. The cracks, and I state pretty clearly here, such cracks in the exterior walls are indicative of differential settlement generated by one element of the building shifting vertically more than its immediate companion. Oh, sorry. Yeah, gotcha. That's good to remind me of that. Such cracks in the exterior walls are indicative of differential settlement generated by one element of a building shifting vertically more than its immediate companion structure. The biggest statement that I made in this particular report is that settlement cracks of this magnitude, and the magnitude that I'm referring to is in excess of 1.5 inches and in some cases approaching 2 inches. What I mean is this cracks that are extending from the bottom floor to the 5th floor in certain areas, especially highlighted on the 2nd floor, are in excess of 2 inches in width. That's how much separation I saw in some of the cracks. The settlement cracks of this magnitude are indicative of structural stresses beyond the building's current capacity to resist, and can serve as fracture points during restoration efforts, which can result in catastrophic failure of the overall structure.
Tell us a little bit what you mean by that. Why are these settlement cracks significant? And I'm going to take you through some photos too, but if you could educate the commission as to why this is important to whether this building can be restored, whether it's viable in its current condition. All right.
The traditional steps, and this is a good indication of the cracks that in excess of 2 inches. The traditional, in order to restore this building, it would have to be, this differential settlement would have to be addressed first. Otherwise, nothing on the superstructure would be viable to manipulate. You would create an undue hazard. So to basically bring up the structure to address the differential settlement, several forces are going to be generated as you lift this up. And it just similar to if you had a pencil here and you were to lift up that pencil, it does not want to go straight up. It wants to go this way, wants to go that way. That's going to be all the way through the structure. And when you have these cracks, you have weak points, and the building will most likely fragment severely upon any kind of restoration of the foundation. So that's what I mean by catastrophic failure.
And so this is a representative sampling of some photos you took during your inspection.
That's correct.
You took these photos, is that right?
I did.
And is this here a crack on the second level in the southeast corner?
It is.
And we've got another one here on the third level.
Yes, and I would like to point out to the commission that the cracks that we're identifying on these pictures are consistent. They're continuous from the bottom floor all the way to the top. These are not cracks where in one floor it's over here and on the second floor it's over there. These are continuous all the way to the top, and we saw several of those throughout the structure.
And remind the commission how wide these cracks are?
In excess of 1.5 inches in multiple locations.
All right, so our first photo here is the second level. We just talked about the third. You mentioned they continued. Is this the same crack on the fourth floor?
It is.
And then what do we got here on the fifth floor?
This is on the fifth floor, and you can see some repair efforts have been applied to the cracks, filled with stucco, but you can see the discoloration indicating the path of the cracks. And there's a corresponding picture of the exterior, which I believe we're going to show, which reflect the exterior mirror image of the same crack. So these cracks are evident both from the interior of the structure and the exterior of the structure.
And it is a bit harder to see on the exterior. I'm sorry, we still got another interior.
Sure.
This is in the stairwell, right?
That's correct. That's on the exterior wall of the stairwell. It's very important to distinguish between the exterior portion of the structure and the actual construction of the stairwells on the inside interior portions of the structure, because they were constructed with modern standards, so to speak.
Is this the south side of the building?
Yes, closer to the southwest portion of the building. Continuation of the same stairwell.
Same stairwell crack. And
Yes.
it looks here like it's been filled with something.
Yeah, that's actually called great stuff.
Is it really?
It is. That's the name of it. Great stuff. They basically probably put that in there, I speculate, but they probably put that in there to keep undesirables out, bugs, moisture intrusion.
Does this do anything to address structural concerns with this building?
No, it's a short-term fix just to keep elements out.
And it's a bit harder to see here, but you mentioned that the cracks correspond to the exterior. So what are we looking at here?
The top arrow up there is indicative of what we saw on the fifth floor, where the crack takes a hard, I guess, veering from its axial orientation, takes a hard veering from that and then comes back to it. And it also, I would like to point out that the cracks start at the structural loading element. So if there is a beam going across this building and attaches to that portion of the wall, that's where the crack started. It didn't start at some random area.
And I think we can see it in this photo if I go
Right.
back, right? Is this the fifth floor?
That's precisely what I'm referring to, is
So-
you can see where the beam, the supporting beam, supporting the joist there, effectively ties into the double layer brick masonry wall, and that is the beginning or the source of where the stress fracture and the settlement cracks
So
appear.
we got 1.5 to 2 inch cracks from the very top of the building down to the second floor, both interior and exterior, measuring 1.5 to 2 inches. Is that right?
That's correct.
Here's another photo of an exterior wall crack.
It's not as easy to see because the paint color is similar throughout the exterior of the building. And this is also a crack shown on the southerly face of the building in between the two structures of 520, I believe 514 is the address of the other structure. So this is in that walkway or alleyway in between.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about why this is significant. You've mentioned tensile forces before. Maybe explain to us what those are.
Sure.
And then tell us why these cracks are significant to your opinions.
For starters, construction materials, very good in compression. So you can put a lot more force on a brick than it takes to separate it from itself internally. So concrete, good in compression, bad in tension. Steel, on the other hand, very good in tension. Tension is you're going to pull it apart. So the tension forces are absorbed by the steel, and it's typical standards encourage or demand the marriage between concrete and steel to form the exterior shell or any severely load-bearing structure. So the differential settlement is with no structural steel reinforcement is indicative that this building is in deep disrepair, and without proper buttressing or thickening of the walls, any restoration efforts are going to initiate what I can only consider to be insurmountable conditions for restoration. I don't see, in my experience, I see no path to being able to stabilize the structure to minimize health and safety issues.
You mentioned health and safety issues. What has you concerned about restoration efforts of this particular building?
The sequence of events, I started with having to take care of the differential settlement. Even making the blanket assumption that that's feasible, which I do not believe it to be feasible simply because of the friable nature of the structure as it is. The interior portion of the building is replete with dilapidated wood, termite damage. The interior support structures would have to be gutted. Any removal of any piece of this particular puzzle, so to speak, could trigger anything of a catastrophic nature. This building is not in a good position. It's a lot like playing a game of Jenga. I'm not sure which thing we remove. I'm not sure at what point in time this building has a catastrophic failure. And the interior would have to be removed in order to not only bring it up to code, but restore the portion of this building that is, I guess, considered the interior.
We'll show the commission some photos of the interior in a minute, but if we were to try to restore this building, we'd have to put AC units on the roof, right? And
That's
how,
true.
how do you think that would affect the building?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Again, I want to remind the board that we're here exclusively in consideration of Code Section 27-260. We are not here for an economic hardship discussion according to Code Section 27-259. And the purview of the board is exclusively here today for 27-260. I just want to remind the board of that.
And I would like to remind the board that during the city's presentation, Section 27-257 was mentioned, and so we are addressing both code sections for completion. We also agree we're only here on 27-260, which is whether this building is eligible for national recognition on the National Landmark Bulletin, which my partner has already taken you through that it is not. So this is for completion purposes, given the city's presentation. All right, let's talk about the next section of your report. So you did some high-frequency scanning, right?
Yes.
You already talked to us a little bit of the unit that you use, the radar. So is that what you're referring to here? These GPR scans did not show any subsurface anomalies consistent with the presence of structural steel reinforcement. What do you mean by that?
What happens is when you utilize a ground penetrating radar across a given surface, it again shoots radio waves, and how those radio waves are then received back to the antenna gives you an indication of whether you have dissimilar materials. And
so you took some of those, right?
yes, this is what is typically seen. Now, on the first picture and the third picture, on the top row, that is basically giving you an idea of the radio frequencies received by the unit. It does not give you any kind of indication of any subsurface anomalies, and I recognize that we need to have some sort of juxtaposition there. So if you look at the third picture on the bottom row, where it shows 4 consecutive inverted parabolas approximately 18 inches apart, that was taken on the stairwell that was constructed with what I would consider to be modern-day standards. So you can see the subsurface anomalies in a pattern indicative of reinforcement. So the third picture on the bottom row is indicative of steel reinforcement being present. The rest of the pictures, the third level stairwell on the fourth picture as well is kind of a magnified stretch out version. The rest of them are taken on the exterior, or I should say the original portion of the structure.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you know, the first photo, the third on the top row, and then the first two on the bottom row, they just kind of look like straight lines to me. That means there's nothing there. There's no steel, there's no wood, there's no other, we don't know what material we're looking at, but we know there's nothing other than brick.
I think the best way to put it is that on those pictures, everything within that particular structure scanned is consistent.
It's consistent. So what are we looking at in this second photo that looks like a little?
Yeah, that's a deep inverted parabola there, which effectively is illustrative of a gap or a void. And basically, I ran this particular scan on the 2-inch crack in the exterior wall in the southeast corner. And so when I ran the device over that particular crack, it showed significant gaps, which I believe what we're seeing on the outside is only a minor reflection of the separation on the inside.
Okay, so what do you conclude from this? That there is no structural steel reinforcement, is that right?
No, I agreed, yes.
So does that mean that there is nothing in this building that will absorb those tensile forces you've told us about?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Do you think this structure could withstand high winds, like a serious hurricane, for example?
I do not.
Let's talk about some construction modifications. This is the next section of your report. You talk about here that a 5th story was added, and I believe you're also of the opinion that perhaps even a 4th story was added at some point, that it wasn't part of the original design plans. Is that right?
It could be. What I'm looking at is definitely a different material on the 5th level. The 5th level was added, which would constitute an additional 20% to the dead loads and whatever live loads are imposed on an existing foundation system. So I believe I commented that on my report, that if me personally, if I'm a 250-pound guy, if I add 25% of my body weight over the course of a given year, that is going to create several structural anomalies and issues in my body. Same issue with a building. If you increase the loads, the dead loads and the live loads in excess of 20%, and not to mention having AC units or any other roof load, without having proper compensating the foundation, that's going to induce stress in that building beyond its capacity.
And then for the commission's reference, this is that letter from the state that you looked at earlier where the state says this was originally a 3- or 4-story building.
Right.
And you mentioned you couldn't know for certain, but what leads you to believe that perhaps the 4th-story was not part of the original design?
Well, the surrounding structures are also 3 stories. For starters, the second reason would be where the cornice is aligned is indicative that the building was subsequently added to from there. But the most telling sign is the different construction type on the 5th floor and different materials type. So in the first 5 structures, I'm sorry, in the first 4 levels, there is a steel frame interior structure supported by wood columns, whereas in the 5th level, it is all wood, from all interior wood roof, and I should say roofing assembly.
We're talking about interior now.
Interior, yes, that's correct.
And then we confirm that a 5th floor was added in this Tampa Daily Times article from 1919,
It
right?
would appear so.
So the plans for this 5th story looks like it was James McGuckin had the contract for the erection of this 5th story. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonnefoy. It has BC Bonnefoy has committed plans for the addition of the 5th story. Is that right?
That's agreed.
All right, back to your report. You've mentioned the stairwells a few times. Tell us a bit about why that is significant and why you mention it in your report.
Well, my evaluation was primarily to determine viability of restoration. It's noted that the interior portion of the building in several areas, and I would say up to 20% has already been renovated to what I would consider to be modern day standards. I want to try to pick an analogy that works really well, that if I have one leg that works really well and one leg that does not work really well, the leg that works very well is going to absorb a disproportionate amount of my body weight. So when we have a portion of the structure that has been renovated to modern day standards, which in this case would be the stairwells extending from the bottom floor all the way to the 5th floor, on the southeast and southwest corners, you can see how they have acted as somewhat of a splint. This is a good depiction of the plans that were utilized for the stairwells. But effectively, a good portion of the structure has already been renovated, with much of its historical contents already been removed in those areas to accommodate the stairwells.
So in 1971, it looks like McDonald's submitted for a permit to add stairwells. You inspected the building, confirmed that those were in fact added, and this is structurally significant because it removed portions of the building. Is that right?
Yes, yes, and it also is indicative of shallow foundation system. And so we don't know the impacts of, whenever you have one foundation system and you superimpose another foundation on top of it, it's similar to waves at the beach, where you have one wave could be one size, one wave be the other size, but if you put the two of them together, they make a much bigger wave. Such is the case with foundations. When you have a portion of the foundation acting in this particular area, and then you come immediately adjacent to it and put a shallower foundation, you're going to amplify the loading on that portion, which is evidently already settling.
Did you have an opportunity to see whether these stairwells blocked any of the exterior windows?
I actually can't comment on that.
I believe our architect will be
Yeah.
commenting on that. I apologize.
No worries.
Let's look at some photos you took. Well, first, before we do so, this is a statement from your expert report talking about sagging joists and support posts. What are you talking about here?
Sure. As the building has aged, and it's natural for buildings to age to show sagging, out of plumb, and vertically displaced elements of the building. That part is somewhat expected. However, there are portions of the structure on the interior that are so far out of initial placement that they're definitely going to need to be they're definitely going to need to be replaced. And the configuration, and I believe it was mentioned as the gridded pattern interior, is well outside what the current code permits. That means everything will have to go on the interior and be replaced with current code.
And as you already mentioned, removing anything could cause a catastrophic.
That's my opinion, yes.
Let's look at some of your photos. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So over on the second level, this is a portion of the roof that I wanted to show. Obviously, there are steel supports holding up the wood portion, which is currently not code compliant, but this is what I call a wedge cut, or maybe a fire cut assembly into the exterior walls from the wood framing system. Significant termite damage, but you can see in the middle picture on the 5th level where it shows the member going this way to my left, probably your left as well when you're looking at it. It is starting to separate and sag. The 5th level sagging on the picture to the right shows what's happening. That is the first of many of the roof joists that are sagging and well out of placement.
Okay, and I want to clarify, because you mentioned there's some steel in these beams. This is not, we're now talking interior roof. We've established that there is no steel structural reinforcement on the exterior walls.
There's no structural reinforcement on the exterior walls.
All right, here's some more photos. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, basically, it really kind of speaks for itself in the sense that you can see a lot of sagging in these beams. Sagging is an indication that they are structurally incapable of handling the load that's being imposed on them, either through degradation or through just out of code. So a 4x4 post supporting the cross beams, which then again support nailed in or overlapped roof trusses. There's nothing about that that is in current compliance with current building code.
Now you mentioned some termite damage.
Sure.
Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, significant termite damage throughout the wooden portions of the structure. Quite frankly, you could see the evidence from the dead termites themselves. But I couldn't really comment on active nests or anything like that, but the damage that's been done to date is significant.
And again, this is important because this building basically has to be gutted. Is that right?
Correct, correct.
And in your opinion, that can't be done because there's no structural reinforcement. Is that right?
Correct. Well, I guess there's a missing link in there in that any time a structure is, the cost of a structure exceed 50% of its current value, current code means you have to bring everything up to current building code. In order to bring everything up to building code, you'd have to remove everything on the interior and replace it, which would initiate a sequence of construction events that I believe would lead to a catastrophic failure.
So this is just a summary here. So tell us if, in your opinion, you think this building is possible of renovation.
In my opinion, no, it is not.
And I believe these are your words, that it would crumble like a house of cards.
Yes.
Without steel reinforcement, is that right?
Correct. Without structural reinforcement, the exterior shell of this building is not going to require a tremendous amount of disturbance for it to fragment. That's a good picture.
So what about the facade? And we're not here about the facade, we're here about the building as a whole, but there has been some indications that there may be an effort to save the facade or the cornice. So please tell us what you think about the ability to save portions of this building.
The cornice is harboring some sediments that have collected over time, which is natural, but it's basically collected to such a point where vegetation can now grow. Whenever vegetation grows, it's going to create a greater separation between the cornice and what it's attached to, or actually degrade through moisture intrusion the elements that were attaching it to the building. So with that being said, being able to restore the cornice or preserve the cornice is going to present significant challenges because we don't know where those separations have taken place. So it won't be possible to take the cornice off in one piece and then just attach it to another structure. It has already degraded significantly with where it's attached, and being able to take it off would, the sequence of events necessary to do that would continue to trigger to the stability, inhibit the current stability of the building.
All right, and you already made reference to this, but looks like there is a building code that requires, if preservation costs are going to exceed 50% of the current market value, the building has to come up to code. You mentioned this in your report, and I believe you've already mentioned there's no way to do that. But please tell us why you think this building can't be restored without excess danger to the public.
Basically, catastrophic failure is catastrophic failure. It's just that. The building collapses where the debris goes at that point to contain it. I think the largest contributing factor is when you try to prevent a structure from posing imminent danger to the public, there is a shoring plan, something that keeps it in place. Given the fact that shoring typically takes place when you are taking a structurally sound element, applying some level of reinforcement to that in the form of a stick, some sort of support. There's no real viable way to place reinforcement, or I should say stabilization efforts, to a wall that has this many pieces, so to speak. It's really the equivalent of trying to stabilize a puzzle when you're standing the puzzle straight up. Anywhere you push on it, it's going to buckle the one immediately underneath it.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll turn it back over to my partner, Scott McLaren.
Thank you very much. All right. Madam Chair, would you like me to proceed, or would you like me to proceed? Or I just didn't know what the commission's preferences were on a lunch break.
Well, what do you mean precisely by proceed?
Well, I have more presentation, and I'm sure it's going to be in excess of an hour, and I didn't know if the commission wanted to take a lunch break, or, you know, obviously it's up to you, so I was just asking the question.
To continue. Oh, is it relevant to to 27-257, the remainder of your presentation, because this last bit of presentation that we just heard had little, if nothing, to do with the matters for which we need to.
So Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office, I think what the representative is asking is, does the board want to keep going with do you want to take a break, a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break or a lunch break, or do you want to allow him to keep going with his presentation?
One of the commissioners has indicated that they would like to make a motion.
What motion? We're not at the point to make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
we have to have a public
They can
hearing.
keep going forever?
We're going to hear from, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm asking that seriously.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. I hear what you're talking about, how long the presentation is. I've reminded the board what the purview of this hearing is today, and the only information that you can hear today, that you can use for your consideration for how it's noticed today. But the applicant is presenting information to you.
Can I ask a question first?
This is an item to be continued. That's not what they're asking for today.
Could I ask a question first?
Certainly.
You said at least an hour. Do you have an estimate of what your presentations, if we had no discussion or questions, what that would be?
Sure. I would guess between 1 and 2 hours. We're going to hear from 2 architects on the National Register criteria, as well as other issues. And I do want to address the chair's question. Our position all along in this proceeding is that 27-260 is the only criteria that's applicable here today. However, over my objection letter that I sent yesterday, the city has referenced 27-257. As a result of that, this is again our one shot to present evidence, we are required to address 27-257. And if you look at 27-257, I've got it on your screen, subsection C references economic hardship. And also all of the evidence that we're presenting on the condition of the property relates to its architectural integrity and capability of being restored. I mean, clearly there's no purpose in designating a building that is incapable of restoration. So I just wanted to address that issue.
So if we have at least 2 more hours, the question is, do we take a break for lunch or keep going?
Well, is there a possibility of continuing this? Because we may lose our quorum. Some of us, I had no idea that this is, I have no control over what they present or how long this is going to be, and I'm simply unable to stay that long.
I have childcare issues.
Yeah, we have issues that cannot be,
I'll move through it very, very quickly if I could.
well, that's, you said we have 2 hours.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, but
I
that doesn't-
certainly want to be sensitive to your concerns. We did inform the city.
This is a volunteer board,
I'm sorry. We did inform the city it was a very long presentation in advance.
So, I can go either way.
How many do we need for a quorum? 4?
Yes.
And 3 of us need to leave, so that leaves 3 cannot continue, so that would leave only 3.
Can we take a brief recess, please?
Sure.
Can we have a motion for a recess?
I move for a 5-minute recess.
I second the motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The meeting is now out of recess, and we will continue with the public hearing without a break. We would appreciate your consideration of everyone's time, so if you would please try to consolidate your comments and perhaps only state them once.
Understood, and thank you for that guidance. I appreciate that very much. Okay, the next witness we're going to present is not a live witness. She could not be here today, but she is Professor Susan Tate, a 35-year member of the University of Florida's architecture faculty. She is a professor emeritus of UF. She's done an examination of the building, an in-person inspection, and a physical exam of both the interior and exterior of the building, and she's done a report. She is, just very briefly, a specialist in historic preservation. She is qualified as a historic architect under the Secretary of Interior's standards. She is, you know, when the state needed an expert to advise them and consult with them in terms of the preservation of the most historic structure in St. Augustine, the government house built in the 1500s, they looked to Susan Tate. So she is an unquestioned expert. She's got she was a full tenured professor for 25 years at UF. There's a picture of Professor Tate in Paris working on the Talleyrand building. She is internationally renowned. She looked at the building. She commented that, you know, this building was built for tar furniture, then occupied in the 40s and 50s by Havertys, largely unused, and then became McDonald's and First Watch. The reason this is salient to the question is that the city is claiming that this building is tied to historic events. And what Professor Tate will tell you in her report that's in your notebook under tab 8 is that the building simply has no connection to any historic events in the city of Tampa. She points out that the staircase you've been hearing about, it inhibits the use and acts as a barricade to 2 of the 5 rows of windows on the front facade. From an architectural perspective, it impacts roughly 40% of the windows on the most important facade, the front. Then she opines, and she's done research, and she can find no information suggesting that Mr. Elliott designed this building. This tribunal has already heard, you know, that the city cannot produce any information. So we respectfully submit that that is nothing but speculation that Mr. Elliott actually designed the building. There's certainly no evidence here today that he did. She talks about the cracks. You've heard about those. Here are photos that Professor Tate used in her report of the cracks. There's one of the big ones. You heard about those and why they're significant to the potential restoration, or in this case, the impossibility of restoration of this building. More evidence of the cracks. The floor, you heard that testimony as well. Here are the photos of the floors on the various floors. Professor Tate talks about the article in the paper that was in 1912 when the building was first built. You recall, well, let me back up a second. The reason this is relevant too is you recall that the city's submission to the state, when they checked the box on condition, they said that this building is in good condition. So when the state presented their letter and they said it was potentially eligible, they were operating under the assumption that this building was in good condition. As you can see from these photos, Mr. Bierce's report and Professor Tate's report, the building is not in good condition. The building was, according to Professor Tate's review of the articles, originally built as a 4-story building. It could have been designed as 3-story as a result of the cornice referenced by Mr. Bierce and depicted on this photo in Professor Tate's report. Here is evidence that the 5th floor was added. Professor Tate notes that look at the different brick patterns there in this photo. Right there on the sill on the 5th floor, you can see a different brick and mortar system was used below, and then there's the tar paper that would be the waterproofing on top of the building when it was 4 stories, and then new brick going up. There it is again, the tar paper, more cracks. So Professor Tate also opines with respect to the owner objection. And she points out that the owner does object, and for this reason alone, this building does not meet the criteria for individual listing in the National Register. That's Professor Tate, Professor of Architecture at the University of Florida. The building does not meet the criteria because of the owner objection. It cannot be and is not eligible for listing in the National Register. That's the criteria you're asked to review today. Professor Tate notes the removal and destruction of the ground floor facades and elevations. She notes that those are the most important architectural features of a multi-story building. So the ground floor is the most important architectural feature. It's been removed. It doesn't exist anymore like it did. Together with the front staircase, these actions eliminated 40% of the natural light and the features that could have conveyed artistic value to the building. The early 70s alterations were not highlighted by the city in its submission to the State Historic Preservation Officer, but do prevent the building from qualifying for National Register listing. So criterion A, here it is from the bulletin, associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. It's not just that the building existed during an important period of time. The building itself has to be associated with events that have made a significant contribution. The association must be documented. Property is not eligible if its associations are speculative. Again, this is the bulletin that used by city staff as to how to apply the criteria. Here is Professor Tate's opinion on criterion A. It's on page 5 of her report. Under criterion A, the bulletin advises that the property, quote, must be documented to have existed at the time of the event and to have been associated with those events. The property is not eligible if its associations are speculative. Further, she quotes page 12 of the bulletin, mere association with events or trends is not enough. For example, a building historically in commercial use must be shown to have been significant in commercial history. Tar Furniture Company went out of business in the mid-30s. Haverty's, McDonald's, and First Watch are not significant in the commercial history of Tampa. Professor Tate points out that the city has provided speculation rather than documentation of any such association. Tar Furniture is not significant. Therefore, it's my opinion that the building does not qualify under National Register Criterion 8. The State Historic Preservation Office agreed with this in its February 25th, 22 correspondence. And if you look at that correspondence, it says not enough, it says, quote, there is insufficient information to evaluate the building in association with historically significant events. Moving on to criterion C, work of a master or high artistic values. Work of a master. Work of a master is a figure of generally recognized greatness in a field. The property must express a particular phase in the development of the master's career, an aspect of his or her work, or a particular idea or theme in his or her craft. And then it says, very importantly, I'd ask that you look at this last paragraph. A property is not eligible as the work of a master simply because it was designed by a prominent architect. For example, not every building designed by Frank Lloyd Wright is eligible. So, if not every building designed by Frank Lloyd Wright is eligible, a building that has a very loose association and really no evidence that it was even designed by Malachi Leo Elliott, unless it expresses a particular phase in his career, an aspect of his work, or an idea or theme in his craft, just not eligible. There has been no evidence presented in this case that any of that is applicable here. In fact, there's no evidence that Mr. Elliott designed the building at all. Professor Tate indicates, again, no evidence supporting the fact that Elliott designed it. The bulletin requires, we just read about it, and her conclusion is even if the building was designed by Elliott, he is not an architect of generally recognized greatness. And we're not here to tell you, we're not here to tell you he didn't design some great buildings later in his career. He did. There's no question about it. But Professor Tate, who has taught on the subject for 37 years, her opinion is he's not an architect of generally recognized greatness, and there's been no testimony other than he designed some nice buildings in Tampa, which we don't dispute. But most importantly, here's where her testimony really ties it in to the criteria. It says, there's no information suggesting that this building expresses a particular phase in his career, aspect of his work, or idea theme. Therefore, the master architect criterion does not apply. High artistic value under criterion C requires a building must so fully articulate a particular concept of design that expresses an aesthetic idea. Building is not eligible if it doesn't express ideals or design concepts more fully than other properties of its type. A building that, this is important, this comes directly from the National Register Bulletin. A building that is a modest example of a particular style of architecture would not qualify. What's Professor Tate's opinion? City preservation staff expressed on page 3 of the report that the building remains an excellent example of early 20th century commercial style architecture. That's all we've heard from the city, is this is an expression of commercial style architecture. But the bulletin makes clear that unless ideals or concepts are expressed more fully than in other commercial buildings, the artistic value element of criterion C is unsatisfied. Due to the absence of building form of expressing its function or to the use of ornament, the building does not qualify under criterion C. Then we get into 27-257. Again, this was a code provision relied upon the city in this case. Under A1, that Mr. Fernandez admitted has to be satisfied. The National Register guidelines do not delineate any period of historic significance in Tampa between 1910 and 1960. Therefore, the criterion is not met. If you read the criteria, the building hasn't been nominated, so even in order to meet the local criteria, it has to be constructed or achieved its significance during the period of historic significance as delineated in the National Register. There is no such delineation. Does not meet the criteria. The district. Again, this is a required element of 27-257. Professor Tate notes that it's not part of, nor has it been identified as part of any historic district. Not met, not satisfied. Third, in addition to the criteria in A and B, the third, owner supports designation, the owner does not. Clearly, the owner objects. She talks about the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations. She concludes, in my opinion, to prohibit development of the tower to save the undesignated building at 520 North Tampa would be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations that apply to this property. Her conclusion, the subject structure meets neither the criteria for individual listing in the National Register nor the requirements for listing delineated in Code Sections 27-260B, which is this hearing, or 27-257, which the city has raised in this hearing. In addition, the significant differential settlement, load-bearing wall cracks, and add-on fifth floor establish that this structure is not viable for and will not survive the restoration process. So what would be the point of designation here? It's illegal. It cannot be designated because the client objects, and it's impossible to restore the building. And then she points out that this building is not nearly as significant historically or architecturally as many other previously buildings have been demolished, including Moss Brothers, Walgreens, and others. Then she talks about the new building, which is relevant to 27-257 sub C. The design is for a special building which will become a centerpiece and focus for the area. The residents will support the park, be able to walk to the office, all of which, that's what the city told us when we bought the property and looked at the zoning code and comprehensive plan provisions. Now I'd like to call on Joe Hafner, local architect, practiced in Hyde Park within the historic district since 1974.
I would like to suggest, Mr. Hafner, that comments that have previously been made, you might kind of slide over those so that your comments are presenting new evidence that we haven't yet previously heard. And we would appreciate your attention to that.
I'll do my best. Joe Hafner, President, Hafner Architects, Inc., 417 South Hyde Park Avenue, Tampa, Florida.
Joe, we're on kind of a tight schedule, but I think it's important to talk about your background. Just tell the commission a little bit about your background and your expertise, especially with respect to historic preservation and your work in downtown Tampa.
I've been practicing in Tampa since 1974, started with Robbins and Bentler, worked with Harry McEwen, who was my partner up to his death at the age of 91, and we've continued his firm, which was started in Tampa in 1936 on through to the present. My background is a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Notre Dame, which is one of the top 5 classical architectural programs in the country. Continuing education, over 30 hours a year of building science and continuing education. That's required for the multiple number of states that I have a license in. The rest of it is in your booklet, and I think we can probably skip it.
Tab 7 is Mr. Hafner's report and his resume. I did want to talk briefly about some of the work you've done. You were the architect responsible for the renovation of Casa Santo Stefano, the restaurant in Ybor, is that right?
Correct. We saved the building in 2011 and then later restored it at that time and then restored it again for the Columbia Restaurant Group which opened up in 2021 as a Casa Santo Stefano restaurant.
The Italian Club, Columbia Restaurant, you've done restoration work on both those buildings, correct?
Yeah, the Columbia Restaurant, we added the arcades on 21st and 22nd and restored the one on 7th Avenue. Italian Club, we worked on restorations for 5 different phases of that building over a 10-year period at least. That building was done by Elliott, and we saw the plans at the time of his design for the building, and it was clearly his work. Lots of problems with it that had to be solved, and it's been in a renovation stage ever since, but that's typical of old buildings. But we do have a considerable experience both in Ybor, Hyde Park. We've done several downtown buildings, and we've also done a lot of work at historical Mountain Lake in Polk County.
16 homes in Mountain Lake, over 40 in the Hyde Park Historic District, and commercial projects and homes, historic homes on Davis Island, right?
Correct.
Downtown, you've done renovation work on the Sacred Heart Church and all of these other listed properties on slide 125, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were retained in this case, Joe. At my request, did you do an investigation of the building at 520 North Tampa Street for its eligibility for listing and capability of being restored as a historic building?
Correct.
You did an inspection?
Yeah, I've made several inspections, both inside and outside the building.
Okay. What was significant about the building, Joe?
Right now, nothing significant about the building. Maybe at one time, but certainly not now. It's received irreparable harm by what you're looking at right now, McDonald's, and then later by the First Watch when they took over, and the whole first floor has been demolished. There's nothing hidden there that can be restored. It's gone. It's been gone since McDonald's first came in. And they were in, I think, 1971. So from that point on, the upper floors, they lost value from the day they were built. There's at least 3 to 5 different types of bricks on the building because of the way it was added onto period after period. There's no continuity. There's no integrity to the exterior of the building. The windows have been mentioned as being significant. The windows are typical of the time. There's nothing special in these windows. They're not Tiffany glass. They were just windows that you would buy at the time and put in the building. You know, I can go on for hours if you'd like.
No, let me guide you through this a little more focused.
Okay.
You did you saw the cracks and the issues, correct?
Correct. You know, especially throughout the building, you can trace the vertical cracks from the roof down, and the brickwork was not well done, and you heard the reports about no steel reinforcing on it. You know, there's just nothing holding this up, and especially when you get to the top floor where they added the level, and you saw the photos of the black felt layer. Well, that was a waterproofing layer put on the top of what would have been the parapet wall for the 4th floor. When they added the brickwork going up, they left the paper in place, so there's no mortar bond even between the brick on the top floor and the brick going up from the 4th floor. So if we were in a hurricane or a seismic zone, good chance that top floor would just slide off the building.
Mr. Hafner, would that also provide problems if you were to renovate the building, that separation caused by the, let's look at, see if we can find that, there we go, that tar paper.
Yeah, that's the black paper that you see there, and it's been in numerous photographs that you've seen already. It's a continuous layer, and that's where the parapet wall would have ended at the roof level had it been a 4-story building, but by adding the 5th story on it, everything changed, and the brickwork changed, it went up higher, and there's no connection between the upper brick and the lower brick because it's broken by the paper.
There's no adhesion between those brick layers, is that what you're saying?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay. We talked, you looked into buttressing, and this was talked about a little bit, but I don't think it came across as real clear. Did you see any buttressing on the building or thickened walls?
No, Dave, the structural engineer, mentioned it in his report that it's the same double wide brick wall all the way up from the ground up. Normally, you would see a thickened first floor level, especially back in 1912 when the building was built. The ground floors on multiple story buildings would have been 2 or 3 foot thick of brick, which you see in this example from Chicago. And as the building gets higher, the size of the walls would diminish and be smaller as you go up. This building, it's the same thickness all the way from the first floor to the 5th floor. You couldn't do that nowadays with a brick without having any reinforcing in it.
Does the cornice at the top of the 3rd floor suggest anything to you about how the building was actually designed in terms of the number of stories?
It makes it suspect that maybe the 3rd floor or the 3-story building was the original intent. There's no verification of that because there's no existing drawings. But we know the 5th floor was added, possibly the 4th floor. There's a letter back from the state of Florida that indicates maybe the 4th and 5th floors were added at one time. You can see a change in the brick between the 3rd floor and the 4th floor, and again in the 5th floor. And you go back now to where the 1st floor has stucco brick all over it, and that's another mismatch. So the building was really irreparably harmed way back in the 1970s.
When you're talking about the interior and the structural integrity, the wood lintels around the windows, can you comment, is that relevant to your analysis?
It's a mystery for the window because on the outside, these windows all have straight tops. So why would an architect or engineer on the inside go in and put a wood lintel to hold up and create a brick arch for a window that's not arched? And by doing so, the wood lintels break the bond between the masonry between the 2 windows and what it's holding up above it. There's no continuous path of load from the upper part of the window to the bottom of the wall. So it's a mystery. It's not well done. It makes the exterior of the building wall a combustible frame. So it just creates more problems, and it really didn't make sense why they did it in the first place.
Does this also create a structural weakness as a result of that wooden lintel holding up the brickwork above it?
It does. I don't know if you got the zoom photo that we have, but there is a zoom photo that goes in on that connection between the 2 wood, and it is a bond breaker between one window and the window next to it.
Okay. The 5th floor, that's a 6x6 column and 2x6 support beams, right?
Correct, and you would probably use a 6x6 wood column to hold up a 4-foot balcony off your house. You don't use them to hold up 5-story buildings. And this building from 1st floor up has wood columns holding up the whole building. They're spaced too far apart to carry the loads that they're being asked to carry even in an empty building. And you're seeing deflections in the wood beams, you're seeing some bowing in the columns, or the columns aren't plumb at a couple points, and it's just not well done.
What's the condition of the wood that you saw, Joe?
The wood is, what you're looking at in this photo has been water damaged. Typically, the wood is fire cut into the brick, which isn't allowed anymore. You'd have to tie it in with some steel straps or connections to keep it from pulling out. I'm sure the fire marshal wouldn't be happy about seeing this on the roof. It's just not done anymore. The wood roof is, and many of the floors are tied in this way, and it's not good.
Let's talk about both the architectural aspects and the structural aspects of vegetation growing on the exterior of the building.
Okay. This photo here is a good example too. If you start at the bottom of the picture, that band that the pilaster bricks are resting on is a precast concrete band. It's not a terracotta band on either floor. There is some terracotta elements in the building, but the bands are not them. The cornices are not terracotta. As you go up in this photo, you can see at least 3, maybe 4 different varieties of brick color, which shows a mismatch of production when the building was built, that they didn't have the same brick. It was clearly an addition from an earlier time period to a later construction event. And then as the circles indicate, you have vegetation growing through the mortar joints and the brick. You actually have almost a little tree at one point there. Those are indications that the mortar between the joints has deteriorated over time. Water has gotten in there, seeds have gotten in there, created the growth. As the vegetation grows, it expands and the joints get bigger and the problem gets worse. The biggest fault to this is as those joints open up, you lose your tie between the bricks, and at some point, all that stuff's gonna fall off.
Thank you, Joe. Given all these issues that we've talked about and that you've seen the other witnesses opine on, given your opinion and experience, will this building survive the restoration process?
No, the building will not survive. It's like it's been said, it's a Jenga game, and you move one part and you don't know what the domino effect of failure to the rest of the building will be. So it's all the floors would have to be replaced. Basically, the inside of the whole building would have to be gutted and rebuilt with steel to try to make this building occupiable by human beings. It hasn't been occupied by a human being since in the last 51 years. The upper floors have all been vacant. You know, if this is a, sign of an architectural failure is building a building that can't be occupied or hasn't been occupied. I mean, that's not something that's historically significant or has any integrity. It's all been gone.
Joe, one of the things that you reported to me as significant is the fact that this building really doesn't have any bathrooms on any floor except for the first floor. What does that tell you about what the building was really designed for?
Well, the building was designed as a furniture store on the first level and a warehouse for furniture on the upper floors. And what you didn't see in the Sanborn maps that were presented, if they moved it to the right a little, you would have seen the railroad tracks and the dock on the Hillsborough River. This is where the supplies came into Tampa, were downloaded, went across the street, across Ashley to this building, and they were stored. And people would walk in on the ground floor, possibly use the mezzanine, and they would pick and buy the furniture pieces that they wanted to. But the upper floors were all for storage. And going through the building, it's hard to tell even where the stairway was inside, because I suspect it was in the southwest corner where one of the new stairway is, but there's no patchwork through the floors from floor to floor that would have indicated a stairway from the first floor to the second floor or up through the building in any place other than those two corners. So I think that when the building was built, it probably had one stairway at the back end of the building, which was closer to where the docks and the deliveries would have been. And the front was open, where you had the open glass on that 40% that's now blocked by the stairway.
On the hardship, the word that was hardship, now we have a full-blown hearing later on, if possibly, on hardship, so we're not going to present that today. But Joe, did you do an analysis from a 30,000-foot perspective of what it would take in terms of dollars, even if it were possible to restore this building, on what it would cost?
I did.
What was, where is that in your report? By the way, the report's at, I think, tab 7, along with Mr. Hafner's resume.
It's in their books.
Right, it's in their books.
Okay. All right, well, I went through the common issues that you would start with renovating or doing a building if it were new, and you start with what your base layer of the county CDB plan is, and then the zoning and what could be allowed to go on this property. But in terms of renovation, you're dealing with all the building codes, fire codes, that's a 3-foot stack high of codes anymore. The occupancy group, if we figure business on the upper floors, you still may be dealing with a mixed use on ground level 1 if it's a restaurant or bar use. Whoever's there now would probably have to move out of the building for 1 to 2 years while the work was done. You couldn't habitat that ground floor level while a major gutting of the building was going on. Getting to the summary at the back end of my report, that even if the building were structurally capable of reuse, the renovation and repair of this is long and extensive. The amount of remedial structural work would be extensive, And our best guess is the estimate for repair work would be in excess of $20 million to fully restore this building to be a habitable building.
All right, sir. And if you did that work, you'd have to put a core in the middle with elevators and bathrooms. None of that's there, right?
Right, there's no bathrooms except on the first floor level. You have one elevator, it's a 2,100-pound elevator in the back, which hasn't been operable for years. It would have to be replaced. Our recommendations is that you would need two elevators of 2,500 pounds or greater for tenant use to get from floor 1 to floor 5. And they would also have to be that size to meet the ADA requirements for upper floor accessibility. And we'd recommend a freight elevator. So at least 2 to 3 elevators. You'd need lobbies to go with those elevators. Depending on how the tenant floors came out, you'd have to connect each stairway with a exit access corridor. So you're diminishing your leasable, rentable area by having to put all these core elements in that do not exist in the building today.
All right, thank you, Joe. Now, if you made all of these additions, I'll strike that. Let's take let's talk about the exterior architectural features of the building. Obviously, two sides are not architecturally significant whatsoever, correct?
Yeah, I think we got unanimous agreement that west side there is not very architecturally significant.
And south side as well?
South side as well, and I think more of the south side is going to be exposed when the other building goes away.
So we're starting with, at most, 50% of this building could be architecturally significant, right?
Correct.
And then we have the first floor, or the ground floor, I guess, has been completely redone, right? Does that have any architectural significance anymore?
It is none. Any architectural integrity of the ground floor levels disappeared in 1971 when McDonald's first came in, and it was further deteriorated when First Watch submitted their plans for renovation in the 1996, I think it was.
And these little holes there, that shows where the canopy was removed, the original canopy, is that right?
Correct. It had a canopy at the first floor, above the first floor level on the east and north elevations of the building. And that's been gone for a long time.
Okay, and then these medallions you see on the building, are those real, or are those like after the fact stucco add-ons?
Well, first the brick you see there is all stucco brick, and then the medallions and the pyramid-shaped trim, that's all stucco work that was later done by First Watch.
Okay. So we have 50% of the whole building to start with is not architecturally significant. Then we got, I guess, the ground floor of the other half, so you're talking an additional 10%. So we're down to 40% maximum possible on exterior significance, right?
Right.
Let's talk about the windows. Did you look at the stairwell just inside the windows in the southeast corner of the building?
Yes.
And what impact do those have on the windows, their usability, their ability to provide light to the building, et cetera?
Okay, the stairway that's right behind the tree there to the left of the arch in the center of the first floor is a steel pan stairway that was done with the McDonald renovation back in 1971. They blocked in the wall behind where used to be a storefront opening for the furniture store originally. So behind that mural you see behind the tree there is all concrete block infill according to the plans from 1971. And that goes all the way up to the roof level. So those windows that you see for 5 stories of windows there, the two on the left, which is 40% of the front elevation, are not accessible. They're all blocked or painted over at this point. And even if you had glass in them, you'd be glassed up to a block wall behind it. So it's lost its integrity and value as a window completely.
So with basically, I guess, 40% of those windows being affected, what I guess we're down to around 30 to 35% of the building that could have any architectural significance, is that right?
Well, on the front side here, on the east elevation, you're looking at the 3 bays to your right on 4 floors.
Right.
And that's it.
Okay.
I mean, that's not integrity.
All right, now you saw the report that there was terracotta on this building?
Yeah, the report indicates that the cornice level at the 3rd floor is terracotta, and again at the roof level there above the 5th floor. From our examination, photographs and stuff that we were able to take from the interior, it looks to us like it's precast concrete or stone. It has 4 or 5 levels of paint on it that have deteriorated, but you can see the diminishing levels of paint. It's not a terracotta. What may be terracotta you see in the shadow of some horizontal, maybe 8 to 10 inches high panels underneath the cornice at the 3rd level.
All right, sir. You saw the representation in the report that the window sills in this building were marble. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's not the.
Is that
you
right?
got another picture for?
Is that
That's
right?
inside.
Well, they got inside and outside. They're wood on the inside, right?
Yeah, there are wood windows on the inside. They're not, framed into the brick again like you do to code today.
And the outside?
Yeah, there's a good view of the outside.
Is that marble?
No, that's not marble. That's a cast stone or cast concrete, and you can see the chipped off layers of paint that are still exposed.
Is this another example of that?
It is.
All right, sir. Now, the other interior details, what's left of the tin ceiling on all the floors, is it there and intact?
No, there's only a few pieces of it left, like those there. They're only there because there's a wire going through it to hold the sprinkler pipes up.
So, Mr. Hafner, you've seen the bulletin. We talked about it earlier. In your opinion, based on your physical examination, which you did of both the interior and exterior of this building, does this building retain the necessary features, architectural features to convey its significance?
No, it does not.
And so does it meet the National Register criteria under any of either A or C?
No, it does not.
All right. Also note in the bulletin, pages 47, 48, talk about if a property's exterior is covered by a non-historic false front, will not qualify under criteria A, B, or C. And is this first floor covered by a non-historic false front?
It's been covered by it twice in its history.
All right, sir.
Excuse me for interrupting, but we have commissioners who will be leaving in approximately 30 minutes, so if you could please draw some conclusions so that we can get a moment of public hearing, a public comment, we would appreciate it very much.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are just about finished. Thank you. Go ahead.
But continue on your thought that part of a building can't be listed. It has to be the whole building. You can't say that 30% of the front facade and 40% of the north wall is enough to put a building on the National Register. The National Register is only for the very best of the best buildings that have withstood the test of time. This building hasn't. It's been a failure since probably 1930. The floors are unoccupied. If you're an architect, you probably would have been fired for doing this building.
Is this building associated with historic events such that it's that it qualifies under criterion A of the National Register criterion?
No, there's been no historical events that we could find that relate to this building.
About the works of a master, you heard the standard. In your opinion, does it qualify under the works of a master?
No, I don't think it qualifies as the work of the master, even though we don't even know who the master is.
All right, sir. And how old would Mr. Elliott have been at the time of the creation of this building?
Yeah, the history of Mr. Elliott, he ran away from home at 15, and he was 26 years old when this building was designed. I've been in practice a long time and hired a lot of people with college degrees in their 20s, and they're not very good architects at age 26.
And so, based on that and the fact that the first name in the firm is Bonfoy, we don't know, but if you were, if you had to make a decision on who, in your estimation, between those two, designed the building, who would it be?
Possibly Bonfoy. He was a senior partner. If it was a partnership, it only lasted 10 years. His name, you know, if you were the head guy, your name would be first. I think the same was true back in 1900s. If you're the lead dog, your name is first. And it would have been his firm that Elliott worked for that 10-year period.
27257 raised by the city, Mr. Hafner, discusses historic districts. This property is not part of a district, correct?
Correct.
This Downtown Franklin Multiple Properties Group has a number of buildings that are part of that group, and they're mapped out here on this slide. You familiar with that map?
I am.
Is it, in your opinion, is this the area of this group geographically defined?
No, it's not. It's not defined as a district on any maps, and there's a process for doing that.
And are the buildings concentrated in one area?
No, they're spread out. It's, you know, a few here, a few there. You know, you would probably label it a hodgepodge of association.
Okay. And are the buildings united by any past event?
No, they aren't.
Okay. And you researched publications and materials to try to find anything delineating a period of historic significance in Tampa between 1912 and 1972 under the National Register publications, is that right?
In regard to this project, yes.
Was there any such significant period identified in the National Register publications?
No, there is not.
You're also familiar, just going to walk through them very quickly, with 84 Adelia that was in the National Register, home of former president of the ABA, Cody Fowler, was considered for a demolition permit and approved because of owner objection and the poor condition of the structure. Were you familiar with that building?
I am. I live right across the street from it in the house that Tom Henderson grew up in.
Was it more significant architecturally than this building?
No. This building is
I'm talking about 520. Was Fowler House more significant architecturally than is the 520 building?
Oh, by far, because it is tied to a historical character in Cody Fowler, and it was a prime example of Mediterranean revival architecture on Davis Island.
And which is more deteriorated at the time of this hearing, the Fowler House or the building we're here on today, the 520 building?
The 520 building has lost its integrity. This building had not.
124 Baltic Circle, same question. This was actually delineated in the rest.
Excuse me, we have a comment.
Do you have a question?
My question is, I'm not sure the relevance of this, and I've been the one to give you guys a lot of time, but I don't think this is going to impart information for our decision one way or another, and there are people waiting to testify. So if you could really wrap it up, and especially if that's all in here, I think we all can read. You
Okay.
can just kind of summarize, we have several properties that are not as in good shape.
Here's what I'll do, if it's okay. I'll just submit into the record our PowerPoint presentation. I'll tell you that there are a number of these historic buildings, and thank you for that. I'm trying to do what you guys want us to do, and I, again, hope you understand we have a record that we have to make, and we're not trying to be obstinate or, you know.
Nor am I. I'm just trying to move it along if we
Thank you for
can.
that. So I will submit into the record the PowerPoint that has the materials. They're relevant really for kind of fairness, and that, you know, we're entitled to be treated equally to these other folks. And so that's the reason for their inclusion. So thank you for that. And if necessary, you know, I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal, but I understand we're under a very tight time frame. Thank you very, very much for your patience and consideration today.
I was just going to say, if you'd like to just say how many other sites you have to summarize, we can
Sure.
look at those, but I wasn't trying to cut you off, just trying to quicken.
There are, let's see, a number of downtown buildings which look like there are at least 4 or 5 other downtown buildings that we you know, Moss Brothers and others that we're talking about. They're in the PowerPoint presentation, which, with your permission, I will submit to you now. And that concludes our presentation, unless anyone has any questions.
Any questions? Do we, yeah, I will do that. At this point in time, we'll move to public comment. If there is anyone in the audience who wishes to make a remark, please step forward, after which the applicant will have an opportunity to make a 5-minute rebuttal. Please state your name and address for the record when you come forward.
My name is Lynn Elliott Rydeen, 3605 West Platte Street, Tampa. I'm honored to be here talking to you today during this hearing to designate the Tar Building as a City of Tampa local historic landmark. I'm also proud to be standing in this beautiful building, Tampa City Hall, designed by my grandfather, Emilio Elliott. A look around the Tampa Bay area and the state of Florida would reveal the mark of Emilio Elliott. Educated in New York State, he served his apprenticeship and gained his expertise on the theorems and mechanics of architecture in Don Barber's Atelier of New York City and the Cooper Institute. From New York, he went to Norfolk, Virginia, where he designed many of the buildings for the Jamestown Exposition. After arriving in Tampa on his 21st birthday, April 4th, 1907, competitive designs were prepared for Centro Asturiano Club, YMCA building, and this Tampa City Hall. All designs won first place. On September 2nd, 1907, the partnership of Bonfoy and Elliott Architects, Inc. was formed. The partnership was dissolved at the beginning of World War I. During the war, he served as an engineer in the construction of reinforced concrete oil tankers for the U.S. Concrete Division in Jacksonville, Florida. Returning to Tampa in 1920, he resumed the practice of architecture under the firm name of Emilio Elliott, Inc., Architects and Engineers, with offices in Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, and Orlando. With the real estate boom of the 1920s, his work dominated Davis Islands. His designs of this time did not attempt to follow the classic symmetry of the Beaux Arts school, but reflected an intense study of the Renaissance structures in Spain and Italy. The Tower of Palazzo Vecchio was adapted to this dominant feature of the Palace of Florence apartments on Davis Boulevard. The block on the drawing states Palazzo Firenze. The 1920s buildings boom include the Palace of Florence apartments, the D.P. Davis Administration Building, now Seaborn Academy, and the original building of Tampa Municipal Hospital, now Tampa General Hospital. The same produced the Tampa Gas Building, since destroyed. Okay, since I see the clock going off. To sum up my presentation, he was AIA registration number 5, helped pass the licensing in the state of Florida for architects. And I'd like to read a quote from the late Elliott C. Fletcher, also a notable Tampa architect and former partner, who spoke in 1977 when the American Institute of Architects presented a posthumous Medal of Honor to Emilio Elliott. Emilio Elliott was very active in the profession, civic, and social life of Tampa. A positive thinking man who put great impetus into the development of Florida through design and construction of an incredible number of commissions executed in the best tenets of the profession. Thank you.
Good morning, Historic Preservation Commission. I want to begin by thanking you for your public service. I spent 20 years, and my name is Linda Saul Senna. I live at 157 Biscayne in Tampa, Florida. Extraordinarily, I spent 20 years sitting at that dais as a member of Tampa City Council. In hindsight, I have no idea how I had the patience. I truly believe that the people who seek demolition are trying to bore you to death in the process of going through this public hearing. Not really boring, more like intimidation of both the staff and you all. I'm grateful to your attorney for pointing out when testimony is not germane. I'm here today representing an organization that's an advocacy group for historic preservation in Tampa, and you received their letter. It's the Center of Architecture for Architecture and Design. But I'm primarily here today as a preservationist. What you have basically heard today, particularly the testimony of, ironically, the two preservation architects, is that if the owner of a property does not want to be designated, then they should not be designated. This is a very difficult position because, unfortunately, our schools do not teach architecture and urban design. Our culture is not a proponent of respecting our heritage, our sense of place, our built environment. Therefore, if people don't understand the value of preservation, we seem as a community to be impotent to educate them. It's really up to the property owner, we heard today, and has nothing to do with the community values. This is very concerning and upsetting. I want you all to think about the role of this organization and whether the city is supporting you adequately in saying that historic buildings should be preserved. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? The applicant now has a rebuttal. My little line here says 5 minutes. However, if I believe that if there is additional time that is needed, a reasonable amount of additional time, given what we've already sat through, I think that would be appropriate.
Good afternoon. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Thank you very much for your patience this morning and allowing both the city and the property owners' agents to state the facts that they feel are relevant. I think from my perspective on a rebuttal, I've presented you with information. Obviously, we based much of our conclusion on 27260 on the opinion of the state. They are the appropriate entity to refer to for designations related to the National Register of Historic Places. I presented you with the information related to 257 as well. I believe that information still relevant given the testimony that you've heard today as far as the process goes. I would say that there obviously was a much more thorough examination of the interior. Our process doesn't relate to the interior at this phase, although the State Historic Preservation Officer did state that if there was additional information, it could be submitted to them for consideration. I am unaware if that has happened. The city hasn't initiated that request. I do want to state that I believe at a local level, criterion A and C apply. There may be debate from a national level on what that criteria should be. I think there was opportunity for further discussion with the National Register Review Board perhaps, but in that the owner does not consent to designation, that discussion is unlikely to happen. I will stand behind the staff's position that Emily Elliott of Bonnefoy and Elliott was involved in the design of this building. We have references that are, within the designation report that identify him. There's a specific Tampa Tribune article from 1912 while the building was being built that references Mr. Elliott and Mr. Bonnefoy. So I feel confident that that fact remains. Prior to the conclusion of this hearing, I would like an opportunity to enter some documents that the staff has referenced into the record as well, and I can do that by reference at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Do you want to do that now, Mr. Fernandez?
Sure. I'm requesting to submit into the record all public notice documents from this hearing. The Cultural Resource Survey, Man-Made Environment in Tampa and Hillsborough County, Phase 1, which was referenced during the discussion in the report. I believe the National Register Bulletin 15 was already entered by the agent for the property owner, but I would also like to enter National Register Bulletin how to complete the National Register form. I'd like to submit the document, What Style Is It? A Guide to American Architecture, September 16, 2016 letter to 520 North Tampa Street, which was an early effort to try to encourage preservation by the city to that property owner at that time. The February 25th, 22 preliminary site information questionnaire response from the state, which I believe was in your packets already. The May 10th, 2022 letter and exhibits from Mr. McLaren, and then the May 11th, 2022 email to Dr. Timothy Parsons from myself, and the May 13th, 2022 email response to myself from Dr. Parsons.
May I have a motion, please, to receive and accept?
I move to receive and accept said documents into the record.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
At this stage, upon the receiving and accepting of those documents, the public hearing is closed, and we will take comments from the commissioners.
I would respectfully request an opportunity just to object to the...
Our procedure doesn't have that.
You're asking for them first. Maria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Are you asking for them to open the public hearing? It's closed now.
There was an offer of evidence into the record on a matter that we asked for that document to be produced to us in a public records request. It was not produced, so I have an objection to the city introducing into the record a document that we've asked for 3 weeks ago and never received. And it is this alleged 2016 letter. We've never seen it.
Okay.
So that's all I wanted. And thank you again very much for your time. I understand that the record's closed. I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
The commissioners, are there any comments? Yes,
I'd
go
like to
ahead.
make a comment. So I'm Commissioner Carrie Ann Canch, and a little bit about my background. So I have my getting my master's. I have my bachelor's of fine arts from Syracuse University, interior design, and I'm completing my master's thesis for my master's program from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago in historic preservation. And I think it's interesting that you brought up the Merchandise Mart, because that's in Chicago. And it's a very different building from this building, because that was the largest building in the world square footage-wise. So it was constructed very differently. Also, I thought about everything that was presented today, and I wrote down in my notes, consider the loop in downtown Chicago. Downtown Chicago maintains its historic buildings on the street, on the ground level. So when you're in the loop, you see the curb appeal that you get is that you're walking in like an old style area or whatever, Chicago architectural wise. but they build their high-rises in such a way that it sets back from the ground level of the historic buildings. And I thought about that when I thought about this building on the corner, because it holds a specific corner downtown, and it's very appealing on the corner. I like the building myself. And when I think about Chicago, they've incorporated their historic buildings and their modern buildings in the same space. And it's one of the #1 tourist places where people go. And there's a reason for it, is because it has both the history and the modern together. And I was thinking about your presentation, and I don't know if you took the building into consideration until after the fact. The architecture, the plan for the new building was designed. I don't think it took consideration of that building at all, of incorporating it into the new structure that you were going to build, like other cities have done. And so when I think about the development of Tampa in a whole, you have to think about it as a whole. And so I really appreciate the granddaughter of the architect that designed the building, because the national landmark, they designate tenement buildings as well as prominent buildings. And the situation with Penn Central Station versus the city of New York, that's what started the landmark thing. So for me, I think both can exist, and I don't think a building has to be demolished. I think the building can be restored structurally. I don't know all of the details, but according to the significance, the date of construction, it's over 50 years old. Even the addition is over 50 years old. And it's in keeping with the architectural style of the building. And the building has tapestry brick on it, so it's supposed to be different in its look. I think all of those things are significant. And even common work, just like with the tenement museums and the Central Manufacturing District of Chicago, those were work buildings, but they're even still considering them for designation because it has to do with the fabric of America. And in the same way, the commercial development of downtown Tampa does have significance, but if we remove everything, we won't ever see that. We won't ever see the development of the city over time if everything looks the same. So I just wanted to add that. I appreciate all of the things that you guys put together. I appreciate that everybody spoke about it. But as the building has integrity, and the windows are still there. If the only way it doesn't maintain its integrity if they fill it in, so that's all there. But it's a matter of thinking outside the box. And if you don't think outside the box, you won't design for something outside of the box. And I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Comments? Anyone?
I have a lot of questions.
So if you have questions, we'll have to open the public hearing again.
Oh. Well, sorry. Questions of staff?
Yes.
Well, I guess
Staff is the applicant.
Yes,
The city is the
I
applicant.
forgot. Yep. My apologies. Before we do that, we're going to continue today?
Yes, we are completing this hearing today.
Okay, well, I can narrow down my questions.
No, first you have to have a motion to open the public hearing.
Yeah, I get that. Let me, I think I can narrow down my questions.
What she's saying is that you can't have questions.
Do you want to make a motion?
I know, no, just let me think and see if I can narrow
well,
down my
okay.
questions and whether I want to go that route.
All right.
Hold on.
While
Okay.
you're thinking about that.
Sure,
Okay,
go
I'm
ahead.
going to keep it brief. The question.
Can you turn your
before us-
microphone off?
Yeah, the question before us is pretty narrow. Is it eligible for the National Register and consistent with the city ordinance? And to me, it is clearly eligible under A and C. And I think it retains its integrity. Take away the first, there is some loss of integrity to the first floor, but the distinguishing elements are really on the upper floors, and all of those elements are present. So to me, it meets the significance and integrity, and of course, age criteria. And, you know, the other issues about how much it's going to cost to restore it and stuff are really not germane to our discussion at all.
Correct. I would like to offer that, that the building is eligible also under criteria B, associated with the lives of persons significant in our past. Our past is Tampa's past. And Emily O. Elliott was clearly an outstanding and significant contributor to the development of historic fabric in the city of Tampa and elsewhere. But primarily, our concern is the city of Tampa. And as we put our thinking caps on here, I believe that criteria B should also be considered in that conversation. When historic buildings, when there is no desire to save an historic building, any historic building can be made to look like it is impossible to restore, impossibly damaged, impossibly irreparable. And if that were the case, then the Colosseum in Rome would no longer be existing, the Sistine Chapel would no longer be existing, Venice would no longer be existing, major buildings all over the United States would no longer be existing. And I feel that the city's downtown has already lost an indescribable number of its historic buildings for lack of attention by the owners of those buildings to have an attitude of civic pride and historic pride, and the restoration of those buildings fall into that category. And I feel that the elements outlined in the presentation of the owners of the building, the vegetation, the code upgrades, the lack of internal structural steel, termite damage, those are all elements that every historic building has within its walls. And, you know, if it weren't for the lack of care and attention, and shame on the former owners of that building, quite frankly, for having it let it go for so long without some attention to some of those elements. But those are elements that, because they are encountered in any historic building, are fixable, they are repairable, and it just depends on the extent to which the owner is willing to go. And in my opinion, categories A and C, as well as B, are all they have been met with the information provided by the applicant. And
I just want to, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. We're not at the phase where we're determining whether it meets, we're not at the phase where the board is going to make a motion to recommend this be designated as a local landmark. That criteria you're only using in your determination as to whether or not the applicant has met 27260,
okay,
which is before you.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I went a
That's your
little too
discussion,
far.
but I just want to ensure the board stays focused on that.
But I do believe that the applicant has met the criteria.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
I usually have a lot to say, but not this time. I thoroughly support the comments that my fellow commissioners have made.
So, may we have a motion? Well, you're done? Oh, okay. So I would please ask for a motion from the commission. The applicant has applied for a motion to have met the criteria, and we would need a motion to that effect, or not.
Right, whatever the pleasure is of the motion maker.
I move to recommend that City Council take the emergency action to review the threat to 520 North Tampa Street. The building is of architectural and historical significance, and it meets the criteria for individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places, but has not been locally designated under the provisions of the city code. And that it meets the criteria that irreparable harm will be done to the building if a demolition for the building is issued.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes with one negative vote. Yeah, there's my agenda. We're not quite done.
Just a couple things, Commissioner,
I
very
lost
briefly.
track of my agenda. Here it is.
Can you announce the date and time of the next?
The next meeting is June 14th, 2020 at 9 a.m. in...
2022.
Pardon me?
2022.
2022, right. In these chambers. I would like to suggest that our item number 10 be deferred to that June meeting.
Okay.
And if there is no objection from, do I need a motion for that?
Right.
Can I make a motion?
That we defer item 10 to the hearing date, June 14th, 2022.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Opposed? Dennis, is there any new business that you?
No new business at this moment.
All right, there is no new business, so I declare the meeting adjourned. It looks like it's about 12.
1:11.
1:11. Ooh. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Sorry, it looked like it was.
Everybody rumba, everybody rumba, everybody rumba.